welcome to this particular destination, St. Anthony's Hall, more popularly known as Pilar Pilgrim Center. You are right in the center of, I think, Goa, and this was one of the powerhouse historically from where a lot of dynasties ruled Goa, and also a place from where you can get a 360-degree view of Goa, what it is at present, and that is what we are actually discussing as a conference, which is tied up with the vision of and demand of regional plan, and which will have various sessions based on different themes. You can see all those things over here, and also a panel discussion. So I welcome all the speakers, all the participants, panelists who are part of these important deliberations just before the monsoon session of assembly is about to begin next week. And probably idea to organize this is to have some sort of thought process, some of sort of inputs which could be given to our elected representatives, who could then place these demands on the floor of assembly, and that is our expectation. I'm really thankful to the organizing committee, which was not a very formal committee as such, but some months back we had started this movement of demand for a new regional plan by replacing the previous defunct regional plan. And there were series of meetings in various parts of Goa. At that time, this thought had come that one day all those who were involved in that could come together and have a more intensive brainstorming type of sessions, and which can be useful to all of us. And this particular Goa's future, Goa's nature movement, the so-called, this was the title which was given to that, led by our able MLA from Velim constituency, an ardent nature lover, environmentalist, and who has raised several issues related to environment and our development. Mr. Cruz Silva, Engineer Cruz Silva, is instrumental in organizing this get-together. He is a driving force. Also, to him, a very able support was given by Tahir and his friends, and this particular conference is culminating in that. So first of all, I would request Engineer Cruz Silva, MLA of Velim constituency and the chief driver of this particular conference, to welcome all of you and welcome all the speakers.
Good morning, esteemed guests, fellow activists, members of the media, speakers, organizers, and all the participants present here today. On behalf of the Goa's Nature, Goa's Future campaign, I am honored to welcome you all to this important conference on a reflection on regional plan for Goa's future. My name is Cruz Silva, MLA of Velim and convener of this Goa's Nature, Goa's Future campaign. It gives me immense pleasure to see planners, community leaders, environmentalists, activists, and citizens gathered here with a shared purpose. Today marks a crucial moment for us to collectively contemplate and strategize the way forward for our beloved Goa. With the expiry of the previous regional plan 2021, we stand at a crucial juncture. We have witnessed firsthand the detrimental effects of unplanned development in the recent years, the indiscriminate cutting of our hills, the unsustainable filling of our low-lying areas, and the pressure brought by increased flow area issues. This action has led to tangible consequences, including increasing water security, scarcity, and power shortage, threatening our very fabric of our state. Therefore, the formulation of a new comprehensive and sustainable regional plan is not just desirable, it is an urgent necessity to safeguard Goa's future. It is important to acknowledge the proactive role of the organizing body, Goa's nature, Goa's future, which has spearheaded a significant moment advocating for this much needed new regional plan. Their effort in raising awareness to protest at various locations across Goa has been instrumental in bringing this crucial issue to the forefront and galvanizing public attention. For Goa Nature, Goa Future campaign was launched out of love for our land and a deep concern for the future. What began as a small group of concerned citizens has now blossomed into a broad movement spanning the state. As conveyor of this campaign, I have been humbled and inspired by the energy and commitment of so many Goans who have joined hands with us. Over the past years, our team and volunteers have worked tirelessly to raise awareness and push for change. In fact, this conference is the communication of a journey that included numerous public meetings and grassroots consultations across Goa. Let me highlight a few key efforts of our organizing group. We organized a series of peaceful protest meetings in villages and towns to listen to the people concerned and build public support for the new plan. From Chichini in the south to Ramrao in the north, from Lotoli to Kolli, a campaign traveled the length and breadth of Goa. Each meeting saw citizens coming out in large number, a clear indication that Goans are deeply care about land development. The Bamboli meet last October was one such gathering where people from all parts of Goa held placards demanding new regional plan and an end to unsustainable land conversion. The sight of Goans united with the slogan Goa's nature, Goa's future has been truly heartening. We are particularly honored to have here with us today a distinguished panel of speakers, each bringing a wealth of knowledge and experience in their critical discussion. We warmly welcome Dr. Solano Da Silva, who will be sharing his insight on spot zoning and bulk zoning, subverting Regional Plan 2001 and Regional Plan 2011. He analyzes how this practice has potentially compromised past regional plans will be invaluable in guiding our future approach. We are also delighted to have Sri Abhijit Prabhudesai, who will be presenting on planning without people, how RP21 got compromised. His deep understanding of environmental issues and local concern will undoubtedly shed light on the importance of inclusive planning process. Joining us is Sri Swapnesh Sherlekar, who will be speaking on a crucial aspect of scoping before planning. His expertise in town and country planning will help us understand the necessary groundwork for an effective regional planning. A very special welcome to Sri Edgar F. Rebeiro, a veteran in the field of planning, who will be addressing the extent of the plan, constitutional framework of the people-centric regional plan. His vast experience will provide a critical, legal, ethical foundation for our discussion. We also have a privilege to have Sri Tahir Noronha, an accomplished architect and planner, who will be focusing on eco-sensitive zone, not negotiable. His strong advocacy for environment protection will highlight the crucial role of ecological consideration of our regional plan. We warmly welcome Dr. Malini Krishnankutty, an experienced urban planner, who will share her expertise on a people's first plan in Kerala, citizen knowledge and climate resilience in Chittoor regional plan, offering a comparative perspective on reparation planning. Following this insight, presentation will have a closing panel discussion and question and answer session with all 6 speakers, providing a valuable opportunity for further engagement for clarification. I concerned Goa Nature, Goa Future for organizing this timely and vital conference. The active participation of such esteemed speakers, dedicated activists, keen members of the press, and all of you present here today reflects our shared commitment to shaping a prosperous and sustainable future to Goa. I am confident that the deliberation today will be fruitful and will provide us with a valuable insight and a recommendation for regional plan, ensuring that we safeguard Goa's natural beauty and cultural heritage for generations to come. Thank you once again for being here. I look forward to the enlightening session and discussion that will follow. Let's make this conference truly come towards building Goa's future in harmony with Goa's nature. Welcome to the Reflection on Regional Plan for Goa's Future conference. Let us get work on shaping a sustainable Goa. Thank you.
Before I hand over to Solano to start off with the first presentation, I want to just briefly walk you through the outline of how we have planned this conference. We thought we should start by looking at the past regional plans, because people's memory is short, especially over something as boring as a plan. And so both Solano and Mr. Abhijit will talk about the history of planning in Goa, and as Cruz very rightly said, how things have gone wrong, and both of them have done a huge amount of research. I was sitting in the High Court the other day and Abhijit's case came up and his advocate was presenting and you can clearly tell the amount of study he's done on RP 2021. It is phenomenal. Following this, we will get two people who can talk about how planning must link to the governance of Goa. And we'll start with, of course, Sir Edgar Rebeiro, who has done master plans, local area plans, regional plans across the country. He's served as Chief Planner of India for 8 years. He's one of the senior most authorities on planning and particularly on participatory planning. So he will give us a vast depth of insight as to what the regional plan of Goa needs to be, including maybe some things that went wrong with the past regional plan. And then we'll take a small lunch break, then we'll get Swapnesh Sherlekar to wake you all up after lunch and talk about who the plan should really serve. And then after that we'll end with, I will give a very brief statement on what I think is not negotiable in a new regional plan. And then we have one of the driver of one of the only plans, regional plans in the history of India that I think truly emerged from the bottom up, Dr. Malini Krishnankutty for the plan of Chittoor in Kerala. It's really a world-leading case study, and we are so grateful that she could come down from IIT Bombay and be with us today for this plan. My one request is, if you have questions, we've distributed notepads. We'll try to handle all the questions in the panel discussion at the end so that our presentations flow very smoothly. So that's why I've given all of the introductions now at the outset. Take your notes, leave your questions, and then at 3 o'clock when we sit for the panel discussion, many of the questions will overlap because the subject matter is overlapping with one another. And therefore my one request is, unless you have an urgent clarification type of a question, if you have a deeper question, write it down, keep it with you, and we'll get to them when all the panelists are sitting together.
Thank you, Tahir. Tahir is very generous by saying that as you can see, I can't do much. So it's Tahir actually who's done most of these things. He's very generous with his praise. Tahir has handled most of this, and we are very grateful for this. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so these two panels, these two first presentations, mine and what Abhijit is going to do, is basically you can understand them by, we look back in order to move forward. What are the lessons we need to learn so that we don't forget and repeatedly make the same mistakes? That is the gist of mine and Abhijit's presentation. I will look at the first two regional plans, the regional plan 2001 and 2011. Abhijit is going to spend the time with his in-depth study of 2021. That is the gist of this. We'll go to the next slide. Okay, my presentation just has 3 parts. The first part is slightly different. I'm doing something that I've not done before, done it in classes sometimes, but not here, which is to look at why, first of all, let us be very clear why we need to have land use planning. And I know you will hear this again from the planners. We have excellent planners. I'm not a planner in the state, but an ordinary person who's coming from a very different discipline, what is the rationale for us without planning language, which we will learn and is important later on. And so that's the first part. The second part is basically looking at celebrating or recognizing what we did right. What did Goa do right? Why is Goa considered a pioneer? Many of us may not understand it because it's part of our common knowledge, but let's foreground that. And finally, let's go into what went wrong in 2001 and 2011 and what we need to learn in order to not make that happen again. Yeah. Okay, so I'm asking a question over here, which is first a very simple question, but a very profound question: what is land? And I'm using that, the responses to that, to then say why we need planning. So that's the logic of this first part. So once again, what does land mean to us? What is land? It's a fundamental question that economists have asked, anthropologists have asked, cultural studies people have asked, ordinary people, political scientists have asked, engineers have asked. We all ask this question, what is land? And but I just don't want to stop there. I want to link it to why does it make sense to plan land? That's where we want to go. So let's go ahead. Anyone who does even the basics of economics, and I teach engineers, but they are more interested in economics. Economists rule the world today. They get to make the big decisions. Scientists think they rule the world, but it's actually financiers and economists who get to decide how they rule the world. And economists have a particular way of looking at land. Anyone who goes for their first class in economics will learn this right bang there, and they will say that these are, for any production to happen, it requires the interaction of these elements: land, labor, and capital. These are the fundamental building blocks of all production activities. So this is something so basic, why repeat it here? Let's look at it slightly differently. First of all, we have to understand that when the economists put this land as one of the factors of production, they have a very simple equation: Y is equal to the function of N, L, K, okay, which is land, labor, capital. It's very simple. When they say land, however, what many economists themselves don't understand is that land is a short form for all the products of nature. It is not just land in terms of the physicality of land, but it involves the raw materials, the minerals, water, forest, the climatic condition, the fertility of the soil, the geographical location. All of the products of nature is what this, which just adds into one element in the equation. Land is actually a short form for all of nature. And the insight that the early economists simply had is, it's such a simple but brilliant insight, that for any production to happen, humans need to do something with land. So for example, for me to make this table, I need to get a piece of wood, and labor, human effort and ingenuity needs to be applied in order to produce this table. And that's true for everything. Everything that we have in this room, everything that we have, however complex it may look, okay, even plastic materials, everything is the product of nature. Everything is where humans have converted some element of nature and produced a product that is useful for us. Yes, so this brings us to a deep insight. It's so simple actually, but it's so deep that we forget it. That 100% everything that we produce is the product, it emerges from nature in some way. Nature is embedded in all of this. That means land is embedded in all that we produce. Okay. And now comes, if you are convinced by this is the 100% that we have written on the slide there. This is the big lesson. Everything we produce is recycled nature in some way. Land in a short form. And the implication for planning is this. We have a problem here. Land is finite. Land is finite. Now listen to this. The economists today will tell you that infinite growth is possible. And the physicists will tell you, but we live in a finite planet. This is a great contradiction. How can we have infinite growth? The politician will tell you infinite growth is possible. I will make you a land of milk and honey in a finite planet. See the contradiction? So therefore we need planning. We need to judiciously. Such simple insights that land planning becomes necessary because land is finite and because we have multiple uses for it. We have competing uses for it. And we can take it a little further. As our populations increase, as our economy grows, it becomes even more important to maintain and manage a finite resource like land. Simply for production. If you're interested in production, you have to be interested in planning. Okay, let's ask the question again. What is land? I'm asking this question again, and I want a different insight. I want to leave the economists aside. Okay, and this is the insight that I got when I was trained as an economist, but then I was supposed to do a course in anthropology to humanize me. And the anthropologists are basically people who work deeply, take seriously people's cultural lives. They have a different view, which will be probably very close home for us in Goa. For them, land is not just a commodity. And for many Goans, and for many people, not only Goans, for many ordinary people, land is not just a commodity. Land is deeply linked with human identity. Who we are. If you ask yourself, or if you go outside the country and you ask yourself, who are you? We tend to associate who we are to a piece of land. We are an Indian, I'm a Goan, I'm from Salsette, I'm from this. You will find that the way we say who we are is linked in some way with land. People get very angry. Atra bhumi. Not an inch will be given to our enemies. Why? What is there? Somewhere soil and blood are linked, and this needs to be taken seriously. Okay? So land is a deeply meaningful system. Our history is in this land. It's a repository of history. It's not just something you can buy and sell. It's almost vulgar to do that, or to only do that. It is, our history is here, our suffering is here, and our dreams are also here. They are etched in this land. That's why land is more than a commodity when you ask ordinary people. That's why, for example, the Komunidats, which today there's a lot of heat these days, come from the Gaonkari system where land was associated with the Devi actually. The cosmology is very different, the original. And you cannot sell God because land and that God was one. So this cannot be grasped by economic thinking alone or by policymakers alone. And they find it too messy. And they don't take it seriously. And then you get the problems you have on the ground that are happening. So land is deeply meaningful. It is the foundation for our social relations. It's a foundation for our identity. And so it's more than a commodity, it's almost sacred. It's almost sacred. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Look at this picture. It's a picture shared by our friend Edgar Noronha. Shared this picture of this woman who looked at her own. This was my village. You may, I don't want to, something may happen to you when you see this image. Why do we undergo certain feelings when we see this? And it's precisely, if you have a feeling of upset or you're feeling distraught by looking at this image, imagine your own village and watching it go like that, while another end somebody is making massive amounts of super profits. You will also probably be sharing the same sentiment that land is not just a commodity, if you have that feeling running inside you. Okay? So then the question arises for planners, how can the economy reflect social values? How can social values be reflected when we plan the economy? How do we say that there are some things that we will not sell? Some things are not up for the market's logic. You don't sell your children, you don't sell your mother, there are some things that you don't put up for sale. Or when we see others putting up for sale, we say this is vulgar, this is not right. How does planning also needs to respond to that when it comes to land? what is it in land, where we will go and where we will not allow the market's logic to penetrate. And therefore, if you want to answer this, you need to be involved with planning. You need to plan land. Yeah, let's go to the next. Again, I'm asking the question the third time. What is land? And this time, we sit with the ecologists. And the ecologists tell us another story. And the story that they tell us is that land for them, so when you speak with ecologists and our friends around us, and there are many, and we meet them, and I don't mean these are people in institutions, these are ordinary people. They will define land as a shorthand for the very life support systems that support all of life, human life and all of life. Land is the life support system, and they're not using the language of culture. They use the language of deep science to say, my science tells me the story. I don't need to study myth and, this. My science tells me the story that this is the very life support, the fundamental life support system of life. Clean water. They will tell you, for example, that there are so many natural processes, there are so many systems that, for example, are continuously creating clean air. They're continuously cleaning water. They're cleaning waste. They're producing the stability that we need in our climate. They're producing biodiversity, which is necessary for our health and for the things that we consume. All of these are processes that are going on. Land for them. And if you speak to scientists, especially really interesting scientists who go deep into this, they almost become philosophical. They almost speak like philosophers. They say life is a network. Life is a network. You cannot talk about life without talking about your connection with air, for instance. I shut that down. You will not have life. Life is a network. And it's continuously your connections with network. Trees and the way they survive is full of mycelium networks, all of these things. So this leads us to a deep insight. Again, there is an ultimate dependency. There's an ultimate dependency where nature is the ultimate sort of background of all of life. And life and the economy are merely subsidiaries of this. Life emerges from this. So this is a deep truth. And therefore, Tahir will go to the next slide. So, if land is the last, your parents may abandon you, you survive. This thing abandoned in society throws you, you'll survive. But you can't survive if this is pulled out of your feet. You cannot survive. That's why it's called the ultimate dependency. And therefore, planning needs to respond to this. And planning needs to ask this question. And why does planning need to do this? The processes of nature follows its own processes to create clean air, water, etc. And production follows its own processes. And production processes are so fast today that nature cannot keep up. And there is what some call the great metabolic rift that is happening. This is the language that many people in science, and they're telling us this all the time, we're just not listening, it's not sitting very closely to us. So planning needs to say how do we manage land in order to support life support systems itself. So I hope, I'll stop here for this first part. I hope we are convinced about, or we have a set of arguments with us that convince us about the necessity of planning land and planning it judiciously. Sort of three responses to this. Okay, we'll go to the next part very quickly. Why is Goa a pioneer in planning? What has Goa done? Goa has responded to all of these questions back in the 80s itself. In the 70s itself, Goa responded to these questions because Goa was one of the first states to have the statutory zoning plans that cover the entire state. By 86, we already had it. Okay, so before that, Goa had one of the greatest sort of revolutions to ensure that everybody had access to secure at least access to land. With these land reforms that were created in the 70s and in the 60s and 70s. I'll go to the next one. But when it comes to planning, by 1986, we had a zoning plan that covered the entire state, which was the Regional Plan 2001. By 1987, we had uniform bylaws for all the municipal areas. Again, Goa had this. 1997, many decades before the Wayanad tragedy, we already had very strong laws about protecting non-development slopes, which today are completely up for grabs. Completely up for grabs. We had all these regulations. Do you know, for instance, I mean, even I was surprised to learn recently, that the regulation is so good, everybody looks at non-development slope, but between 10% and 24.99%, there is restricted development slopes. Even there is a restriction to development. That means the only amount of land that you can freely build is between 0 to 10% gradient. Only there is no restriction. You go above 10% itself, a restriction applies to you. When you look around in Panjim today itself, when you look opposite the hill slope, you need to wonder how on earth, what went wrong there and around Goa. Okay, so Goa had put all of these systems in place, and we should be proud about it. Because of this, we'll go to the next slide. Because of this, many argue that Goa has a very different kind of urban fabric. We live, and this is news for sometimes many people, we are the most urbanized state in India. We're the most urbanized state in India. But our pattern of urbanization is such, it's the envy for the whole of India. Everybody wants to come here. Because their cities are unlivable. Because there was no planning done there, or planning was sacrificed. And because today you can live in a Goa that has all the best cosmopolitan life. My gosh, you can have a gin and tonic, watch this thing, fancy. You can have the best in Goa. At the same time, you have access to the best environmental systems. You have access to the Western Ghats, beautiful paddy fields close to you. Walk to a park, in 5 minutes your children can go to a wild space. Where else can you get this? And this is, for many, the result of planning. The planning may be derailed, but planning also delivered some of this. You have two different ideas of urbanity today. The possibility of an alternative urbanity emerges in Goa. Something we should take very seriously. Okay, right, go to the next. Now, while saying this, what went wrong? What went wrong in these two plans? The first plan, RP 2001 and RP 2011. These are the dates when they were notified. RP 2001 was notified in 1986 and 2011 emerged in 2006. Let's go to the first one. RP 2001 was very broad brush. These are some of the limitations we should ensure that the future plans don't have. And some of this have already taken place with RP 2021. Extremely broad brush. See this is the whole of Bardez was marked out like this. It was a time when technology was not that advanced. Okay? And we didn't have plans like we have today, right down to each village panchayat and municipality. Actually, the planners knew this, and they said we will have outline development plans which were supposed to be for every part of Goa, which would detail out, because this was too broad. And then we were supposed to have comprehensive development plans where even the infrastructure lines would have been set here. We would never have this digging up again and again the way it is happening if we had comprehensive development plans. Because the sewage lines, the electricity lines, everything would be laid out. You would know exactly where your line is. But there is no interest to have this, because the only interest today is in zoning, changing of zones. That has become the political game today. Okay? So no people's participation was there. And this plan, even though the planners said it should have been updated with fresh information and fresh computing capability, it was not done. And why it was not done is my next slide. You will see that barely this plan was born, and within 2 years, an interesting argument was made. And you must hear this, especially those who love the sons of the soil. The argument was made in the TCP department and board that sons of the soil should benefit from this plan. So when they said, please explain. It was basically a hotelier lobby who said that the plan should be enabled, there should be a mechanism to allow case-by-case basis to be released. It was made by the hoteliers lobby and resulted in the destruction of all the sand dunes in South Goa, especially in the deep south of Goa. You will see all the permissions that were given initially to this were all for hotel projects. Very interestingly, using sons of the soil argument to destroy their own land and destroy such ecologically fragile areas of land. So be wary. We have to apply our mind when we make such arguments, and for what they are used and for who benefits from these arguments. And this opened the floodgates of massive amounts of spot zoning changes which are back today. From 1986 to 2005, according to the government's own admission, more than 12.7 square kilometers of land was changed. Right, let's go to the next slide. See, this is a very interesting slide which my student has helped me make. You know what it maps? It maps the number of these spot zoning changes that were made over time. Just see, it just accelerates. It starts in 88 and ends in 2005. It just accelerates. The blue bars, by the way, you may wonder what are those blue lines cutting across. These are all the changes in government. You got the thing? Everybody jockeying for getting in charge of Goa, because the only charge that you want is the ability to change zones. Goa becomes the nightmare, the laughing stock of the whole of India because of its political instability. And it is related to this jockeying for converting land. This ends when Goa has governor's rule. We'll go to the next slide. In 2005, where an enlightened governor, an enlightened chief secretary, and an enlightened TCP secretary, a fantastic configuration. You should have, it's almost like astrology, where all these things come together. They shut this down. They realized that Goa's instability and the reason why Goa was not updating its regional plan and not creating a good plan was because this game was going on. Because every politician comes, I spot there, oh, so change karo. I bought agricultural land for how much? Hardly anything, man. Change it because I know the politician. Dil teka paise, change kare, so right kare. This was the game going on, so there was no interest to even have a new regional plan. This ended with this notification that came to an end. Let's go to the next. And this is the reason why we had the next plan. This is when the government got together and quickly created the next regional plan. Regional Plan 2011. This we all know the story, or most of us will know the story. It's the infamous regional plan. This plan did something else. Now spot zoning was closed. That window was closed. Governor had said this thing. There was a challenge also put, by the way. Many politicians got together and tried to revive it. That was also shut down. That did not go through. Okay? So now what it decided, piece by piece kitya kare? Sogle dal. We'll do en masse zone changes. And en masse looked like this. Is, by the way, the image is not very clear. The dark red images, this is just Tiswadi, the map of Tiswadi. The dark red areas were the areas that were added when a draft was shown to the public and a final version was created. The dark red areas are the ones that emerged when the final plan was notified. And do you know the calculation we'll put on the next, I think there's, when the final calculations were done, and that too it was done with CAD, how much this government changed, or how much the TCP changed when they showed publicly a draft plan and the final plan was finalized and they compared the maps. The shocking figure was 72 square kilometers of land. And I'm not just talking land, I'm talking about prime real estate, all the hill slopes, all the places that have a view to the sea. This is criminal. This is criminality at an extremely high level. Of course, the people started a movement, the Save Goa movement that GBA was forward to, and brought this plan to an end. GBA, 2 petitioners had gone to the High Court. Okay, there were 2 petitioners, and GBA had demanded at that time, well, important thing, a CBI inquiry at the scale of this. Couple of bureaucrats from Goa at that point of time, and some people very close to the government, took citizenship in foreign countries because a CBI, they were afraid of the CBI. That was the effect. But unfortunately, as civil society, we forgot to have that CBI inquiry. And those people who were architects of that are now sitting with this government. Go to the next. A few illustrative, I'll end with 3 illustrative cases. This is Tirakol. You must have seen Tirakol, what has happened. The whole village is taken over for golf course. Entire village, lock, stock and barrel. Okay. The genesis of this is in Regional Plan 2011. See 2 maps down there. That was the draft, the first image and the next image. The draft image shows Tirakal as it was zoned. There is a small settlement area in purple. There is a fort demarcated with one box, and the rest of it is forest and agricultural land. Interestingly, under RTI, the GBA had obtained who asked for the zone change. A company called Hansel Wagh Private Limited. Please Google it, you'll find out who it is, and you'll be shocked. Hansel Wagh Private Limited asked for a change of zone in this for Tirakal. They don't even come for the board meeting. That also is recorded in that. They don't even show up to make a presentation by them. But the whole of Tirakal has changed for this company. Whole village is changed for a company that is not even based in Tirakal. Where it is based also we don't know. Let's go to the next slide. This is Tirakal. This is my village. Pilen, we have a lake. Beautiful lake. That beautiful image with the flowers was taken by a Russian scientist who happened to come to our village, and she was working at NIO having some collaboration. She took this image. Thankfully, she took this image just a few months. Next month, if you look at the image, there's one image above which is yellow, green, and it shows our lake which is blue. You may not be able to see it. Regional Plan 2021 did such a fantastic job. They actually must have sat down with crayons, or their children must have sat with crayons, that even the bed of our lake they made into settlement. Even the lake they made settlement. And we saw the repercussions because that hill next to our lake became that. Do you see those images? 91 trees were cut and the hill was burnt down for 3 days. And now this project is back. A few days ago, the project is now being pushed under 39A. The same illegality, the same person is being rewarded now because this is the commitment. This is the commitment according to us. And tomorrow is the last day for us to file objections. We have already filed objections. Let's see what happens. Now, next case. This is an interesting case, and I'll end here. This is again in my village only. Again, Regional Plan 2011. You see, this is in Mara. Our village is twin. Pilen Mara. Mara is the other village next to the industrial estate. The industrial estate is the area marked in purple on the right hand side. There is a sudden blob that appears. A sudden blob in the final regional plan, very small, around that circle which we have marked. That appears, and a huge construction company comes up, and we end up fighting a court case because we don't know what's happening to our hill slope with Ramrao. First, it was a local lawyer who we screwed because the lawyer, and we came to know, we asked a simple question: who asked for the zone change? The TCP could not even show us the applicant of the zone change. So what did that that ink dropped over? That's taking some ink drop, and we are seeing construction. And the sale of the plots and the villas were sold before becoming owners of the land. That's where they got caught. So the brazenness, and nobody gets caught for this. Nobody gets caught. Just to illustrate that in cases like this, regional plan did these sort of things, where not even applications were not even shown on paper, but zones were changed. This kind of criminality has actually been rewarded. That's my final lesson of this. I think we're done. Yes. Okay. I'm done. Just
we can start. Yeah, so it's the same fundamental question I think that's raised all the time and will always be raised, I would imagine, which is this tension in planning between public interest and self-interest, private interest. And I think that's where this whole thing lies. Next. We'll start with looking at the regional plan. So I'll just show you, run through slides of different villages. But before that, I'll present the actual statistics of settlement added in RP 2021. So every regional plan is accompanied with, is basically a set of spatial maps marking the zones, but accompanied with a report. And every report shows the area under each zone for each taluka. So Diana's gone ahead, and I think Solano, they have independently done studies, and what comes out of the study, I think you need to zoom out somehow. Okay, but I'll continue. So what comes out from the study, so all we have done is added the figures given in the reports of 2001 and 2021, and it shows that the settlement area in 2021 is greater than what was in 2001 by what we have found to be 11 crore square meters, which is 111 crore square meters, which is 110 square kilometers. So that's the amount of settlement which has increased, which it has increased by, okay? At the same time, we all are aware that the task force did a brilliant job of cleaning up the regional plan 2001, and at the end of the day, a lot of settlement area from 2001 was removed. And the minister recently made a statement that 6 crores, but we have never verified that. But going by that, it would mean that another 60 square kilometers of settlement was added, because the difference is 110 square kilometers. And if you have removed 60 square kilometers, that means the total amount which was actually added is 170 square kilometers of settlement. And we will see now, once this is the study and we have it and it can be verified from the reports. One. And just to, next one. We've done similar studies on 17.2 and 39A, just as a matter of comparison. They are just the changes which are now being, pushed by the government are about 25 to 35 lakh square meters in the whole state of Goa. So as a matter of comparison, the settlement area that's added in the regional plan is like hundreds of times more than what we are all gripped with at the moment. We'll just run through slides of Tiswadi Taluka where we are right now, and you can see this is Adusi village. I don't know if it's visible. Entirely added settlements. On top of the hill, measuring in a big tens of lakhs of square meters, but also settlement added here, we'll see later. All of these lands are owned by builders. They are listed on the side, including ex-MLAs, I won't name them, but this is Adosi village, one. And similarly, now all of this is on the Kadamba plateau. Gaunshi, you can see, entirely forested areas, all of these, and see the scale. This is on top of the hill, next to the plateau and slopes. The real settlement is down at the bottom, it's just a small strip. And you can see the area that's being added, one. And this is all in the regional plan. This is Karambuli, again, the same plateau, actually, I think, close to the archaeological, all of this is actually on archaeologically important areas. Move on. Chimel, a lot of this is already under construction, and so this is huge amounts of settlement, all added on the Kadamba plateau. Old Goa is the same story. There are two slides, and all of these, a lot of added settlements in green areas. And we made a list of the builders just on the Kadamba plateau, who are owners of the lands which have been changed to settlements. So that's, and it continues. Nevra, you can see, Nevra Piken, Nevra Gran, both of them under assault. One. And all of this has been actually, these same slides were presented to the chief minister, to the chief secretary, and the chief town planner in big meetings. We have shown them this, and they had no response. The chief town planner says, after seeing the presentation, he says, I did not know the regional plan was like this. I don't understand what has happened. And the expression on his face. But this is the reality. And Mandur, the same thing. So this is St. Lawrence Panchayat, and these are all, again, now, these certain settlement areas we've gone there and seen, and they are places where poor tribal communities cultivate vegetables. cultivate and actually survive on that land. Not on land records, not documented in the regional plan. Again, this is the lake at Bati, Goa Velia, and settlements added all around, everywhere. And this is RP 2021. Shiridam, on top of the hill as you go by the highway on the left, you can see tribals cultivate those areas. I think everyone must have seen there. Even today you can see them. And these are all in settlement belonging to temples. So, this is how settlements were added. Kurka Bamboli is the same story, huge amounts. Kurka Bamboli, I think, has the highest in Tiswari amount of settlement added. 3 slides we have, one, yeah. Again, Meshe, forested slopes of hills. You can see the scale of settlement which is added. The existing settlement is very small over here, and see what's being added in the regional plan. Gandauli, again, where Mr. Madkaikar's properties all changed into settlement. Kolin, industrial and settlement areas and dense forests all added. So, just giving you a look at the whole thing. This is an interesting village. Durpat is in Ponda, and in this village, the entire hill of about 15 to 20 lakh square meters demarcated as Film City, and in their, through their khazans, there is a proposed road shown going nowhere. And it's only later when we got into the coal agitation, we have been able to figure out that in all the khazans around Nevra, that side, or this is in Ponda, there are 25-meter roads shown on the regional plan in preparation for converting these entire areas into coal handling hubs. So, all of this also, just to point out, has happened after the people's participation that the task force insisted on had taken place, and the panchayats had submitted their plans. After all of that, this entire change in the plan has taken place, and the excuse the chief town planner has stated in his report and has been always put up by the government is that this is because of 8,500 applications they received and which they considered, and on the basis of which these things were changed. And yet when we apply under RTI, we don't get any of that information. And even in the courts, they said the information is missing. So this is what has happened without participation of the people. It's the same across, and I think we'll rush through these slides, but this is boring. And you can see these are amazing pristine plateaus, forested all around. Khandepar, these are poor tenanted lands of poor people, cashew plantations, where they don't have land rights. So you can imagine what's the implication. And again, this all bison area, all of this is amazing wildlife where local communities share the land with nature, and which are now being, this is, you can see it's a forest, completely a bison area. You can see a bison crossing all here, all here. This is in Betoda, and Davlikar gets like over 1 lakh square meters of his land marked as settlement. So this is happening across Shiroda, Kaure. There is a Dhangar families. There are a few Dhangar families living on this wonderful plateau, and they don't even know all their lands are marked as settlement and industrial zone. They didn't have a clue. So when we met them, so this is, move on. Khandepar, Betoda, forested lands marked as settlement. Tribals lose all their rights. Okay, so this is Keri, an amazing village where the SZ struggle really, I think, was the strongest. This is again industrial zone, settlements added in a tribal village, who don't want it. Move on. Savoi, which is connected to the same Putkam plateau, which they all all of them defend together, lots of settlements added, and obviously all of these settlements are for people who will be working in the industrial area that's shown. And that's the big question mark, what would that do to Goa in addition? But fundamentally, the land on the plateaus, this is very crucial for us to understand what does this land signify, what does this land do in the bigger scheme of nature. I think we have no clue about this, and that's a serious issue. And if you come now to Salfate, Kavilosim, you can see water bodies next to Sal River, all marked as settlements, again owned by big, and this is across the board. What next? Yeah. Benaulim, you can see low-lying paddy fields with water bodies, all marked as settlement. Across here, right next to the beach within Siarpet, entire Varka sand dunes. These are pristine, untouched sand dunes. Okay, all marked as settlement. Okay. This is another issue of roads being shown as 25 meters, etc. Actually stamping over churches and schools and houses and all of that. That's another issue to be considered because of the implications. Benauli, Mon, completely green area, completely shown as settlement, but Mon here. Again, Kavilo says this is owned by a big hotelier and is shown as an ecotourism site. And he's been awarded with parking and roads on big sand dunes. Raya, this is a dense forest. This is actually, Sonsodo is right here. But this is actually the most important forest corridor in South Goa and Salfate because it connects all the forests beyond Raya, that is, from including Raya, Nuvem, Lotolim, right up till the Daboli airport. This is entirely areas where leopards, hyenas actually, even today, in spite of all the destruction, somehow managed to survive. But this becomes very critical because if you break this, then there's the end of all the life further on for so many villages. But there's no understanding of these realities of nature, of our own existence. This is Kurtorim, yes, Kurtorim. These are dense forests here, all shown as settlement, huge areas, again owned by builders. Velim, Baradi, Chapel, behind that wonderful plateau, completely swamped with settlements and industrial zones. So, all of these, Polva you can see on sand dunes, in paddy fields, huge settlements added. Siolim, forested areas. Kamulim in Bardes, it's got I think about 20 lakh square meters of added settlements shown in the form of all of these added blocks. And move on, next one. And a town planning scheme covering the rest of the plateau and everything, but nobody knows for whom. But that's So, Nerul, move on. I think too many. Penya, the front, behind the secretariat itself, the forested lands are all shown as added settlements. So, they don't even spare their own secretariat, Race Mangos, we know about that. Asagaon, everyone knows, but these are again big settlement lands that, in green areas. Shiolim, Asnara, Kitol has got large lands on the plateau shown for industrial areas. Kavre has got 5 mining leases, people are fighting it. Hola, tribal village under assault. Agonda is the same. Koigini, you can see industrial zone settlements added in big way in areas where there's nobody at the moment. And Perne is the same. Next one. This mobile airport is already done. Lolian, dense forest, among the most amazing headlands of Goa, where the Western Ghats kisses the Arabian Sea. And the most amazing things can be seen here. Entirely swamped with 4 ecotourism projects, each one allowing construction of up till 40,000 square meters under the name of ecotourism. So also now look at Palian. Palian in Perne, amazing headland again, plateau going on to the sea, and more than 5 lakh square meters of pristine land belonging to Desh Prabhus. And you can see how the settlements are marked. And that's very interesting. The settlement shapes are not broad. Now this is a very interesting one. The settlement shapes actually follow the land ownership. So a particular person's land is changed while similar land just adjoining it is not. So there's a fundamental issue in this whole thing, the absence of uniformity. So I think we'll run through this very quickly. If we are just showing examples of these changes are all for big builders or hotel owners. So Gold Resorts has got like 28,000 square meters of land which is now free for development. These are Durga builders in they want real estate and so on. So I think we'll quickly finish this. Too many slides. Indian Hotel, Wellington. Just stop here. This in Senabati are fantastic sand dunes, and exactly the sand dunes are marked as settlement because they are owned by Wellington resorts, right? So ecotourism in Kavilosim, owner is East India Hotels and so on. Next one. A number of them are also owned by politicians or their relatives, but I don't even want to get into that. But it's bringing this out only to show that in the regional plan, all of this private interest of land speculation was very clearly brought in, and not at a small scale, across the state. And this has happened much after the involvement of the task force of the people was over. This happened in the office of the chief town planner when he was finalizing the plan. So, it is criminal. Sorry. So many slides, and all politicians, etc. Like this one, the present TCP minister got more than 5 lakh square meters of land, absolutely green, added in settlement with roads and everything. So all of them. So, sorry, that's a lot of slides. So what went wrong? How did we reach here? Next one. We'll have to quickly look at the TCP Act to understand what went wrong. And the way we see it, the most important provisions are section 10 and 11. Because these are the provisions which govern how the regional plan is prepared. So section 9 is when the government instructs the chief town planner, so that's not the planning. And beyond, section 10 and 11 are primarily the operative provisions. So section 10 says the chief town planner shall, after carrying out such surveys as may be necessary of the physical, social and economic conditions and potentialities of the area in respect of which the regional plans to be prepared under section 9, prepare a regional plan along with a report. Next one. So section 10 requires the chief town planner to carry out studies, surveys of physical, which is environmental, today's word, social and economic conditions and potentialities. So that's what he's supposed to do. And section 11 kind of shows the contents, and a very important section 11.2a, on which I think is the soul of the act, which determines how the demarcation should be done. And we'll start with the 11.2a. 11.2a says that the chief town planner is empowered to carry out broad demarcation of areas for agriculture, forestry, mineral development, urban, rural settlements, other activities. Broad demarcation, and that I think is the soul of the planning process, because broad demarcation would directly prevent arbitrary zone changes, would require the planner to prepare a set of guidelines and criteria and apply them across the state in an equal way for everybody. So this is what this is all about, and this is the only thing which really ensures planned development, sustainable development, all of this, and of course, compliance, conformity with Article 14 and 21. Because arbitrariness is not possible when you're doing broad demarcation, that's key. And then, following that, there's a whole lot of things that the chief town planner is supposed to demarcate, which includes prevention of erosion, start from here, reservation of lands for recreation, natural reserves, reservation and development of areas of natural scenery. So, see the scope of the work that the chief town planner is required to do. Just the beginning, natural scenery, forest, wildlife, and all of that. Preservation of objects, features, structures, places of historical, archaeological, or scientific and educational value. He has to protect them, so move on here. And prevention of erosion, provision for afforestation. Okay, all of that. Waterfront areas, irrigation, hydroelectric work, flood control, very important. Flood control, prevention of water pollution. So, and a whole lot of other things like roads, highways, and all of that. But we are focused on, the ecological side and the social aspects of what the plan is going to deliver. And I think this is what needs to be delivered as stated in the Act. Move on. And what actually happened, if you see the task force report, and if you also see the regional plan report, it becomes very clear that a lot of the data was not available. And so section 10 was not really fulfilled. And that's a fundamental what went wrong answer. And this is something that we must ensure happens properly, because you see, there's no data like for the groundwater recharge areas. So if you don't know where your water is being recharged, and these are the areas may not be required to be protected statutorily, but these are areas that have to be protected if you want water. Okay, so groundwater recharge areas, flood control. What is the 100-year flood? And what are we heading towards in the future? But all of that data was not provided, and the task force has clearly stated that a lot of data is not there. But I'll just run through what we feel should be there. Agriculture, okay, erosion, carrying capacity, tribal lands, common lands, the comunidad lands, fishing villages, the fishing communities, tenanted agricultural land, etc. All of this information, I think, should be available with the government and should be available for the chief town planner to prepare a proper plan. Not just, but you see, this is what should happen. But there's the other way, and the other way is, I think, what really is the simplest, which is people preparing their plans. Where all this information, which is actually the local information available with the communities, and which the government today is not willing to, not able to collect. I think the whole people's participatory process seems to be the only way to overcome this situation. And that, I think, is where again the whole thing went wrong. But let's see from the statutory angle, from the TCP Act, what went wrong. So data was not there, and also like today the final CZMP is out. The Coastal Zone Management Plan of Goa is out, and when you see the plan and when you see the regional plan, it becomes very clear that so many sand dunes, khazans, mangroves, etc. are not shown on the regional plan, are very often shown as settlements. And so it becomes very clear that the data was not available, or probably the chief town planner also did not consider, but also the no development zones along the rivers, they are not mapped. So there's a whole lot of things not mapped because the data was not available. But there's also this fundamental issue of incorrect data, and I think the economic data becomes crucial. And so if you see the GDP, that's shown. Next one. Yeah, I think we'll move on. Okay, just move it. Yeah, okay. If you see what the government has got data in terms of the GDP, this is in 2007 or 2008 when the plan was being prepared. They say 32% of the GDP is contributed by the manufacturing sector, 16% by transport, storage and communications, another 15% by finance, insurance and real estate, and like 10% by agriculture, forestry, fisheries all put together. From my perspective, this is completely rubbish. Okay? And because in terms of production, finance doesn't produce anything. So I think the government doesn't understand what is economic production to start with. And also if I produce something and consume it like most of the indigenous people in Goa do, and that is sustainable living, is produce your own what you need and use it. Maybe if you have extra, you share it. None of this will ever show up. And what happened to the foreign remittances? Doesn't show up. Nothing shows up. So this is all false, and this is very fundamental. Goa economy is dependent on foreign, has been. I mean, this is on ground when you see families. One person goes abroad and sends money, and that's how you come out of financial trouble or whatever. So not considered, and that's very important to understand that the workforce of Goa is abroad. So if you're going to create economic opportunities in Goa, you are actually displacing the local communities. So that's a fundamental issue that should be understood. Groundwater, there is not a single study available with this government on where our water is. So when Mopa Airport was planned, we got Aquadam from Pune, one of the premier water institutes in the country, and they have done a study which is brilliant, and it shows that that plateau has more water than the second largest dam in Goa. About 40 perennial spring, about 10,000 people living off water, gravity fed to all their agriculture and everything. So amazing natural water towers which are not understood. And so you see all the plateaus and the hill slopes are now shown as settlement zones in the ignorance of the reality, Yeah. This complete absence of data on agriculture, and I think the concept of food sovereignty has to be understood. It's most fundamental because in Goa we have always had it, and that's the strength of our culture. That's from where everything emanates, all the good stuff. Only if you're sovereign with your own food can you speak freely. So I mean, yeah, that's so there's a lot of data which is missing. The fishing communities, the fishing villages, etc., are not mapped at all, and those are all now shown for tourism. Housing data, I mean, that's very fundamental. 2011 census said that we have 26% excess houses, or 26% of the houses are permanently closed in Goa. So that's some data that has to be taken into account. Floods, again, this is very critical, I think. because now with the state action plan for climate change, 2023 to 2033 in our hands, it's very clear that we need to, you want to move to that? Because we're taking a lot of time. Yeah. I'll just show you what the state action plan for climate change is saying for Goa, and this is extremely, I think, important. 14.73% of Goa's land is going to be affected by floods and climate change, sea level rise. The state action plan says the regional plan must be redone taking this into account, and all even development permissions granted in these areas, which are, they have even mapped them, and you can see Bardes, Tispadi, Salses are the worst, and these are the areas where all the development is being planned. Okay, so it says that even permission granted must be reconsidered, but also I think you have to go further. What happens to the communities who are living here? So you've got to plan for relocating them. So all of that has to come out of the action plan. It's not even a policy, it's actually an action plan, has to be implemented. But so the flood areas were not mapped. So all of this data was missing. I'll just go back a bit. Sorry. Yeah. Just back further. Quickly we'll run through this. Sorry. No, come back. Okay. I don't think we should. The absence of data is quite clear. I don't think there are a lot of slides. We won't look at that. Move on, next one. Yeah. So we'll just quickly look at, the most important part, which is what happened with the people's participation. I mean, let's just be very clear. The TCP Act does not have any provision. It was 1974. The 73rd Amendment was 1993, and the Act has not been amended. It doesn't have what is required, I would believe, in terms of Article 243(7) ZD, where spatial planning has to happen at the grassroots level, but that will be covered. But in terms of what went wrong, what went really right is what the task force did when they sent it to the villages. And that was amazing, that was a revolution. I would really call it a revolution, because there are so many, I think all the villages in Goa, there are people today who understand what a regional plan is and what planning is to quite a large extent. Thanks to this step that was taken, and people diligently participated. Of course, there are powerful people like the Panchas and MLAs who would at the end try to change and bring in their vested interests, but a lot of villages submitted brilliant plans to the chief town planner, which were completely ignored, and that's where it went wrong. And you can see, for example, this is the same village of Keri, and the villagers actually mapped every square meter in a brilliant way. And it's a perfect plan, but completely ignored all the added settlements and industrial zones, etc. reflect that. So, just a couple of examples of how the villagers, so this is Adosi, and you can see what they did in this, and everyone handled it differently. So the Adosi, Gram Sabha, and the committee, and eventually the Panchayat, the plan they sent was the draft plan prepared by the task force and sent to them with notes. And the notes said what should be the correction. So they asked for some settlement to be reduced. They asked for a road which was shown through the Khadan, which is the coal highway, by the way. They wanted it removed, and basically more environmental protection. So that was an amazing submission. And then you see what happens. Settlements added everywhere, road retained through the Khadan. Nothing was considered. And so what is the legal position? And the Supreme Court has very clearly said in a number of its judgments, and this is one of them. I don't know if you can read all of it. Democracy cannot exist unless all citizens have a right to participate in the affairs of the polity of the country, and it goes on. It's meaningless unless the people are informed, and eventually the fact that for democracy to really be there, people have to be making their own plans, have to be participating in this process. So that's how it should have been, but it did not happen. But it can happen much better. But fundamentally, people's participation, which was initiated by the task force, was brought to a zilch by the chief town planner by ignoring all the submissions and making a completely different plan. That's what happened. So we are in a number of matters in the courts. Just go back there. Yeah, next one. So in the courts, there are a number of things which are coming up from the submission of the government. And oh no, this is a different issue. Sorry, I'm come to the slides are out of the place, so I can't see much. But yeah, a very important aspect of planning. All the plans we saw of this area of the Kadamba Plateau, the response of the government is why were the settlements added? Because they were shown in the ODP. Okay? So because it was shown in an earlier plan, it has to be shown again. And then every added settlement, they think, okay, this was gazetted change. It may be an eco-sensitive area, but now we've maintained it as a settlement zone. Okay? Or if you're granted some kind of a permission, which even if it's expired today. So in this manner, a lot of settlements were added, and this is a fundamental threat also in the future. But when as a necessity for our legal matters, we have researched, and we have found that the Supreme Court has been extremely clear and uniform in its judgment that when there is public interest involved, or when it's a legislative act, promissory estoppel does not apply. Past commitments do not apply, and it's a very simple logic. Your past commitment is to an individual that I will do a certain thing. But then you are required to do something else in public interest. In that case, the public interest will supersede the past commitment. The past commitment doesn't hold. And this is the fundamental correction that has to happen, without which all the changes which have been promised in the ODPs, even after they are scrapped quashed by the High Court, they will still remain as past commitments. And that is extremely serious. But the Supreme Court is extremely clear that when there's public interest involved, or when it's a legislative act, and the regional plan is a legislative act, then past commitment does not apply. Okay? The RP 2021 report, we'll just take a quick look at what went wrong in the report. And in the report again confirms what the task force had said, that they asked all the departments for information, but their response was extremely lukewarm, if not cold. Data was not available. To date, certain departments have submitted incomplete data while others have just not responded, due to which the RP division was left helpless for want of accurate data. So this is what they say. And then, this is a fundamental, again, issue with the regional plan. All the earlier regional plans, the 2001 and the 2011, treated natural cover and forest identically. So natural cover was treated as an area which cannot be touched, and this is 2001 report. areas under natural cover forests are normally situated on more steeply sloping land, the average slope more than 33%. Because of their physiographical character, they are highly vulnerable to erosion and as such have to be kept under permanent vegetal cover as far as possible. It is therefore recorded that these areas should be treated as areas of ecological conservation. And even 2011, natural cover and forest are treated together. It's only in 2021 that the entire natural cover areas of Goa were brought down to Eco 2. And that really hurt, because when those 8,500 applications were seen, it is very easy to say that, oh, this is barren land, this is not really a good, useful land, let's change it. Because it's in Eco 2. So that, I think, was a fundamental, very well planned insertion change in the policy document. And next. Yeah, and the other two examples that we can bring up is the introduction of ecotourism zones, where you need to have a minimum plot area of 2 lakh square meters and you can build up to 40,000 square meters, 10% of your area, that is. And this is like concrete structures. So in the name of ecotourism, huge landowners whose minimum land had to be 2 lakh square meters could build hotels. Okay, and if you see ecotourism policies across the world, United Nations or wherever, ecotourism has to be done by the local person from his own existing structure. You don't need to construct anything as far as possible, you know. So, but ecotourism has been used in RP 2021 to pass all the projects like the Tirapal one, the 4 projects at Lodhia 1 and Kavelosi, etc. All of these projects which were opposed by people, and therefore they knew that if they were shown as settlement, there would be a huge approach. So they said, okay, we'll show it as natural cover, but put a small thing that's ecotourism, and then bring in this policy allowing construction up to 40,000 square meters. Okay. So MIZ was another one. What went wrong? Yes. We are in the courts. We've challenged the 2018 notification which brought RP fully into force. Our prayers in the courts are that a new RP should be prepared, and in the meanwhile, the restrictions of 2001 and 2021 should both be enforced simultaneously so that we are protected till we prepare a good plan. This is just to brief you on what the situation. There is an order dated 26 February 2019 in a matter where the government has stated that we will not misuse RP 2021, blah blah blah, but they are doing it. But thanks to this whole process, from 2005, I've gone to the villages, I've spent a lot of time with villages, and very interestingly, when we first went, RP 2011, fight was on, in the village people would say, oh, Bhatkaran Zumin Vikliyatit Koru Data. The landlord has sold the land, what can we do now? And that's when, through the discussion, everyone understood and came to the common understanding that it's not the land ownership, it's the land use that determines everything that we are so interested in, that's so much a part of us. All of that is determined not by the ownership but by the land use. And that understanding is there at the grassroots. And today when we meet local communities and we have the discussion, they all come to a very simple way of doing planning. And you may say this is ideal, but they say shet asate shet, bhat asate bhat, ran asate ran, and gam asate gam. I should have pointed out, but we're rushing through the slides and I skipped it. Because ODPs have 1/3 of Goa's population, and I think you cannot do a regional plan without the whole state being considered. The ODP areas take a lot of resources from the rest of the state and also give out a lot of negative byproducts, whatever, and so it has to be a part of the regional plan, and I think that's something that we must correct. That was a fundamental flaw. Sorry for this. Thank you so much.
Something about myself. I'm a Sonkar of Cerula, but I belong to the diaspora, being born and brought up in Bombay. Where Goa was a great place during the vacations. The first 30 years, about myself, the first 30 years of my life, I spent in studies, the area of my field being urban and regional planning. There weren't too many opportunities here, so I had to go to UK and getting experiences there. I came back, and because I had that kind of a training, it helped me in my career in government in the next 30 years. You got into government laterally, and from there I got superannuated. But the first thing I learned was, when I got back, please forget whatever you've learned abroad and get down to the ground. Things are so different. But anyway, it helped me in my career. And 30 years, the next 30 years was after superannuation in consultancy, etc. And now 90 plus, from my balcony, I read very depressing news, and despite the best fights that all of you are doing, it seems to be in a bit of a mess. But I was intrigued to read the other day against this very spirited fight against ODPs and the epoch-making decision by the High Court, the Bombay bench of the High Court of Bombay, the Goa bench. When opportunity was given to either have a 4-month window to fight the case in the Supreme Court, got it to the government, to which the reaction of the Honorable Chief Minister has been, no, I'm opting for a new regional plan. So that's the first thing I would like to say. In my opinion, there is no provision for a new regional plan. And I will give you from my experience, I have to get back to MPD master plan for Delhi with the first comprehensive plan in the country. And in that plan, which was for the period 61 to 81, for that you had a lot of homework to do, get your governance pattern in order. That is to say, the Municipal Corporation of Delhi, the Improvement Trust is upgraded to the Delhi Development Authority under a new act, the Delhi Development Act, the amalgamation of a small local bodies into one, and the improvement of the Slum Acts. 3 relevant acts were upgraded. That was the first action. And then it led to this master plan. It was preceded by what you call an interim plan or an ODP. And so I'm coming to that point too. But when this plan was prepared, up to the period 61-81, you had to prepare a new plan, take it forward to 81-2001. And there was a gap. And a lot of developers felt, oh, now the plan has come to an end. So we have an opportunity to all the reduced growth patterns to be thrown aside. The legal opinion was no. Once a plan is in place, it is in place. What you can do, you have to upgrade the perspective. And this was important for me because in the period 81-2001, the upgraded plan was my responsibility and my accountability as Planning Commissioner of the DDA. So we did that plan too, and the gap was taken care of improving the perspectives. I mention this because this is the same experience we used in Goa for when the Deshpande plan of 81, 2001 came to an end, and you had this whole problem of what to upgrade with the plan, which was started in 2007. For that period, 2001 to 2007, the reason was there was no question of no plan. The plan had to be upgraded. Now, the other point was that when we came to the ODP system, the development plan was said you need to freeze areas which seem incongruous. The stress was on spot zoning incongruous, not freeze it with the intention of keeping it there for all time, but with the intention of giving them a longer leash to sort of get back to the parameters of the plan when prepared. The stress was an ODP is purely interim plan. ODP is a one-time exercise, a very short window exercise, which should never exceed more than a year. And that's what was happened. And the main thing was get back to then call the master plan. The things we learned then was uniformity. An ideal period for a plan perspective was considered 20 years, then according to international practice. The plan's flexibility was meant you upgrade the plan every 5 years, and here is important, as and when required. And it is a participatory plan. This formula has been used all across India based on this single experience. So this is one aspect I would like to stress. Yeah. So, two areas which I've tried to answer now, the whole question of preparing ODPs, revised ODPs, and giving it a long leash, as it is being thoroughly misused in Goa, is illegal. And I think, and a lot of it has been done by the fight which you have been putting up against it. Now, coming to the other things, I have to talk about India. Because in 1947, they say we gained our independence. On the 14th of August, Pakistan celebrated its Independence Day. We did it on the 15th. But really, it was the partition of India. And it was in this partition of India where action had to be taken between the period 1947 to 1950. In other words, two actions were on. One is the great Sardar Patel exercise of amalgamation of what existed then, the three presidencies, the provinces, and about 560 princely states into an entity of center-state relationships. So this he did very important. The second was the exercise of under Dr. Ambedkar for writing the Constitution. The Constitution, which came into force in 1950, had two things. It had the Constitutional Act, and it had the Constitutional Act which has about today nearly over 120 amendments and upgradation. The most critical of it was what has been talked about here, the 72nd, 73rd Amendment, which strengthened the whole question of participatory development planning. And along with it came, so what did we inherit? In 1950, we inherited law and order as per the ongoing British system, the law and order and improvements of their administration to keep it going. But we also had a new thing called the plans, development plans by the Planning Commission. So it was law and order come planning. The Planning Commission through 5-year plans concentrated on socio-economic development, not spatial planning. They said because spatial planning was part of the municipal and local government functions. So these were the two things that happened. Under the various acts, so we are functioning under 3 lists, which all of you know much better than me: the central, concurrent and state list. The subjects which only the center legislates on, the subject where the states legislate, provided it's not in conflict with central, and the most important ones for us are heritage, education and health, and those which is entirely in the state list. Quite clearly, town planning, municipal government and slums are in the state list. Not to be confused. The municipal governments, not municipal, all the local governments have their own hierarchy of activities for municipal functions. The slums for improvement of slums, and planning through town and country planning acts. So it is for that reason all the states and union territories have their own acts. And each act has got this whole function of 20-year programs, 5-year upgradation, and improvement as and when required. It's the only act in the country, out of the plethora of acts, which tells you how land can be used and at what intensity. And it is the only act which also tells you how that can be done, because it's the only law which tells you that there is a public participation built in, good, bad or indifferent. There is a participation process where these plans are put up for your objections and suggestions. So the issue is, it is a very important aspect of, because a lot of issues on land are being discussed here, and rightly so. The land in India is extremely well recorded through revenue records. The whole of India is covered by survey numbers and sub-survey numbers. The great trigonometric survey of the late 80s, 1800. So this is well recorded. And today, when we were looking at top-down planning, center-state activities, which look down on local government, they even reduced most local governments as scavengers. And there was a time when this 92 Act became necessary, is because 90% of local bodies in India, municipal local bodies, were superseded as being inefficient, and the state took over their functions. This was a critical thing to bring in the 73rd, 74th, so now it cannot be done. So today, top-down governance has already shifted to down-top governance. Local bodies, municipalities and panchayats, and then the state and the center. this is a very crucial aspect. And it's possible when we prepare maps. It's amazing, but you can prepare a map today for the whole of India, starting from downtown. Yes, without any overlaps. Yeah. As per the prescribed areas, you can say this area now constitutes an electoral ward of either a panchayat or a municipality, and where governance is the major issue, and which is under the control of a pancha, or in a municipality of two levels, either a corporator or a councillor. You can say this is possible. You can then say that this fits in to a larger area called the taluka or the tehsil. And you can say the tehsil or that fits into the district, and the district fits into the state, all without overlaps. But this has been proved. And I now go back, when this was tried out very unobtrusively in the last elections that were held in Goa by the State Election Commission for Panchayats. It was to be a squeaky clean elections held, because there have been no protests against it. The data was with him, the data without overlaps, jurisdictional data, and he was able to conduct elections for all the wards and of the panchayats which existed in Goa without overlaps. Earlier there were overlaps, but they were taken care of. And this is the most important thing that I would like to say at the first step about what is at the relationship of the center and the state. I was told to be brief, but now I come to Goa. What is the implication of Goa? Not very easy. The center-state relationships, as being studied over the years at the center, they found that smaller states always do better than the larger ones. And they gave examples. The Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, which were carved out of the larger states of Madhya Pradesh and Bihar. And then you get smaller states they referred to as the size of Haryana, Punjab, as carved out earlier from the old undivided Punjab. Their performance in ground development was far better than the larger states, like UP with its 70 districts and so on and so forth. Now, how did it apply to Goa? Goa, according to me, is not a small state. Some people call it an accidental state, I don't know, but maybe not a good way to put it. But it's not even the size of a district, of half a district. But its governance pattern in Goa has been excellent. And so it is chronologically, I will not discuss, when I said this little speck, this little area within India, or a speck internationally, has the distinction of being the longest under colonial rule than any other part of the world. When I mentioned this at a forum, my friend from Portugal, Santos, he said, no, you're wrong. He said, that credit goes to Cape Verde. He said, because you've forgotten one thing. In you have taken Goa from 1510 to 1961. Please remember, in 1956, you became an overseas, you became a state of Portugal. You ceased being a colony. Things changed in 56. Now there was a reason why that happened. Because in 1956, of course, that was the Ram Manohar activity in Goa, and the Portuguese were taken completely unaware. They did not know how to deal with it, how to deal with that area. Now, why the Ram Manohar movement became possible? Because in 1956, pressures put on the French for their possessions and pressures put on Portugal to get rid of their possessions didn't work in Portugal. In France, the changeover in 56 was by agreement, and they took a lot of concessions otherwise, and it worked well. Now, Salazar, being aware of this, he declared it as an overseas province. That kept on, and that led to 1961. So, in 1961, December of 1961, now here I have to tell you about a certain chronology. The removal of difficulties order was applied. For a short while we had military rule under Major General, and then changed over to civilian rule under the Lieutenant Governor. It was declared a union territory, and the first elections took place. The Bandodkar government came into being in November of 63. Now, in doing so, there were a lot of problems. The takeover of Portuguese governance by our Indian counterparts was not smooth, but it was done. This did not apply to spatial planning, because this was a very crucial thing, because under the French system and the continental system under which Portugal functioned, the system of spatial planning, whatever existed, was part of the Aubrich Publicage. Right. Unlike in the British system, it was part of local government, and we inherited the local government system in Goa. So it was the Aubrich Publicage which controlled all the development exercises and zoning, everything. But the Planning Commission, in the third plan at that time, under prodding from the central government DCPO, started accepting that you could not ignore spatial planning in socio-economic investments. They did it very slowly. That was because regional planning existed in huge ways in the Western Ghats for the 5 stretch. It existed for the resource region in Bihar, Jharkhand, and all those states. And they found that they needed all that information to make socio-economic investment planning workable. So they created a budget, and they created a budget for improving the whole system of spatial planning exercises in the states of India based on the new system of independence. And left to the TCPO, I was not in the TCPO then, but initially, and they drew up a hierarchy of uses. That is to say, according to population sizes, so and so, and Goa ended up with a budget for 5 years, and they had a hierarchy of 1 senior planner, one associate planner, 2 assistant planners, 1 research officer, so many planning assistants, and a hierarchy, so many films. I'm mentioning this because I think it's of interest. It's not been known earlier. In a lighter vein also, I will tell you. So this came to the Goa government. The budget came. A lot of budgets were coming from all over. And the development commissioner said, what do we do with it? And so they started using the funds. They started employing people. 4 peons were employed. And one of the MLAs of Santa Cruz, his wife was employed also at LDC. So the question is, then the center said, you're using this budget, what is this progress? The progress was nothing, they were used all over the place. The only person who came at the officer level was a research officer, Anand Naik, and he was responsible. So the question is, when did the planning department come to Goa? Was it with that budget? Was it with Anand Naik? Or was it subsequently when my chief planner and came to visit Goa? When they came to visit Goa, they were told that we need a planner to run. And they said, we have the right man for you. He's a Goan. He's a bachelor. And this is a hardship posting. So we will send him. They came back to Delhi. I was quite happy with all the works we were doing in Delhi. He said, pack up your bag, you have to go to Goa. That's how I landed up. So, possibly, as a senior planner, you can say the start of the department was on the 10th of December 1964. Now, in signing over, I won't take long. In signing over, Malwan Kuto, I signed over with him. He said, now you go and take over charge of the department which is run by the Operash Publicas. In government parlance, when you do that, you tell Sayuchan, I'm supposed to take over from you. There was Mr. Balkrishna and I saying, thank God you have come. Please take all this. Because investors were coming all over from the rest of India, and there were a lot of things going on here. I'm just saying, I was quite fortunate in those days to have a good team with me. Deshpande and Anthony D'Souza and all that. And we did our best. But what we did was improving the zoning plans, etc. And then I had to go back to my parent office. The next things came, what about the Town Planning Act? Yeah? In 1962, you had the Comprehensive Land Use Planning Act. And they found that Comprehensive Land Use Planning Act was not good enough because they said, what about transport planning? And then in the 60s, you had land use planning. In the 70s, you had land use come transport planning. In the 80s, they said, what about services? Then you had the services come transport come land use planning. That's when I left the government in 82. After that, it came, what about environment improvement and now eco-management plans. So with all this, land use became the end result. So the Model Act with the center was the Urban Planning and Development Act. That act was used to apply to Goa. It came only in 1974 with my department of TCPO advising how it should be done. Now I want to tell you this because it's very important. In doing that plan, now that said, there's a post of chief planner, and the chief planner has to prepare a plan at 3 levels, regional and this and so on. The regional plan for Goa. Dr. Deshpande joined, selected by the UPSC. And he was there earlier with us, but now he was, having been selected, the Mr. Rani, senior Rani, used to come very often. He says, we don't have people to do the plan. So you have to send someone. I was sent. And I came here. I said, how do I deal with this? The center sort of said, you have to go and help them. Dr. Deshpande said, Mr. Rebeiro, I'm a great friend, I'm a great admirer of you because we have worked together. But if you're going to do the plan, what am I going to do here? Hats off to him. Here was the local planner, head of the department. It's my responsibility to prepare the plan, and I will prepare the plan. And he prepared the plan. So the 1981, 2001 RPG Goa was prepared by Dr. Deshpande and his in-house team. Very important to note. Of course, Dr. Deshpande was far too, he never accepted any interference. So government started interfering. I think something went wrong between the minister and him. So he resigned. And he could afford to do it, and he did other things. So there was a gap. That led to a plan by some consultants in 2001. The rest is history. You had the whole question of the GBA coming into force, etc., etc. In that period, in Delhi, people were telling me your goals are great. You see, what you all have done with your agitation at the ground level, the minister had to be changed. I think Montserrat lost his job. And then only y'all can do it. How do you all do it? Today, it's the other way around. They say, there's so much of mess in Goa. And other people are saying, if Goa can do this mess, why can't we do the mess? Anyway, this is just by the way. But the plan which Mr. Digambar Kamath has became the Chief Minister, Charles Correa and myself were asked to join the team of task force. Others were all eminent people like it's all known to you, Dean Cruz and others. And Oscar Rebeiro was also a member of the task force. And it was a plan prepared under a consultancy process. All the contents, etc. of the plan are there. That was draft RPG 21, which was for the period 2001 to 2021, with preparing 2007. So again, we applied the Delhi pattern. What do we do for the interim? And that was also taken care of. At the end of 2021 came the now 2141 plan is to be prepared. And I think again we are overdue and that should be done. The whole question of establishing this has to be. A plan comprises of map, land use planning, the development control regulations in its simplest form. A map, development control regulations are separate from bylaws and framework in doing it, and the whole question of specifying participatory action. Now this plan was done when the task force submitted its report and said, please put this for public suggestions, otherwise it won't be operational. That is where Mr. Digambar Kamath failed, according to me. In putting it up, came back, yes, this plan will apply only to the panchayats. It won't apply to the urban areas, because the urban areas had ODPs in this place. Now, they create a state level committee to push it. And I found myself a member of the state level committee. When I came here, I found, what's this? Why does it leave these pockets out? Because you have an ODP there. I said, what nonsense. That's where I resigned, because They're saying you can't resign now, you put us up. I said, because it's my professional standing is at stake, not for any other reason. And that is also very important. And so the SL committee went on, finalized the plan without this, and it lasted through 3 phases, and that plan is all been, at least they're all on paper, everything is there. I just thought I'll mention this background on the whole planning process. And a lot of activities. One more thing I want to mention. You see, sorry, I'm taking the 5 minutes. The 1961, when Goa got amalgamated into the Indian Union, it was not an easy amalgamation, because the central government, in their large maps, they looked upon Goa, they looked at the movement patterns, all your road, rail, air things. Goa was a node. It was required. But under the Portuguese system, Goa was an introverted state. It had very few linkages. Suddenly, it opened up, and there was a huge conflict between national interests and local interests. And so they laid this down. National highways with certain right-of-ways and railways with certain right-of-ways, they're in the national interest. Now here I'm specifically saying right-of-ways. At the central level, they don't look at roads, and I suggest when you look at these things, what is operational use, please don't consider I have a road coming in, road coming there. It's a road. A road means a right-of-way, 6 meters or onwards. So this, and I mentioned this because there were no railways in Goa. The railways, which the British, after building the first line in Bombay, decided that expansion was huge in all their colonies. And they needed good rail sleepers. And they found out that Dandeli forest offered the best rail sleepers for use in India, in Africa, elsewhere. And to do that, they made a pact with the Portuguese government, Portuguese India government, in 1870, somewhere there. We will build the railway for you, and provided you allow us to take Dandeli wood to the all-weather port of Marmugao. That agreement was done there. What do you need from us? We need a right-of-way of 100 feet or 33 meters. I mentioned that all of us are very agitated with this double tracking. And because that has been with the railways, 33 meters right of way, it's in the books over there. All this was forgotten. What that did was, it facilitated the movement of Goans to Bombay. And that is the west of India, Portuguese railway. That is history. But when the Konkan railway exercise was on, Sridhar, he said, he had to double track his lines from Bombay to Kanyakumari. And he says, I have the land with me. Yeah. So, and people were saying, why I'm not a single track? He says, please remember, that line belongs to me from the railways. Whether I have single line or double line or triple line, is not your concern, it's my responsibility. And I have to give a double track. And he did it, and he proved it. So there were a lot of violations on that. Double track is not due to coal. So double tracking, and now this thing was also laid out in Delhi. All the railway land is shown in white, whatever large areas they've got. And they've got huge areas, but I'm just mentioning this. Same thing when it comes to highways. The national highway, you need 60 meters right of way. Then I will give you 6 lanes. Yeah. But someone will say 6 lanes will take hardly any land. Okay, I'm sorry. Only a little bit more, and this is the end of it. I'm mentioning this again because they said when Mopa was to be built, the national highway was brought in. It's passing by our house. Somehow they succeeded in reducing it to 42 meters. And one final thing, this is really the final. Then the task force first met. I asked a question of him, Governor Kamath. Tell me, is MOPA on and off? He said, Charles said, why are you asking this question now? I said, because if MOPA is on, we'll give you one plan. If MOPA is off, we'll give you another plan. Yes. He said, it's very much on. And he says, MOPA will be the main airport because the other one is of military consequence and we're too much under the military control and it will be phased out. I just thought I'll mention these things which are very critical. Sorry, you asked me to speak over the Constitution, that's why I've done it.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
Namaskar, Ishtar. So that Konkani will be okay? Yes. Konkani will be okay, no? For everyone? I'll switch between Konkani and English. Yes. No worries, no worries. So what I try to do is, I'll speak in Konkani and I'll try to explain the meaning what I said in Konkani in English. That would be fine, no? Yes. So please bear with me. So the topic which has been given to me is plan for whom? Plan. सगळ्यांनी सांगले, अभिजित सरान सांगले, पयली सोलानोन सांगले, everyone spoke about plan which is the regional plan. And most of us, we think that regional plan is a very sophisticated thing. मतलब खूप त्रास पडता तेका to prepare. Indeed, yes, त्रास पडता because lot of data has to be looked into before going into that planning phase. But if you have realized in our day-to-day life, we also engage in lot of plannings. Agree? Yes. A small thing like we planned to come here, no, today. For this program, we had planned because it was notified almost a week back. You scheduled it, you marked on your calendar, you planned it, the transport, mode of transport, how much time you will be giving for this program. Everything was planned. Now, since this was a defined target, we know what is to be done. Similarly, if I give you 10,000 rupees, which I don't have obviously, your analyst will give you. They give you 10,000 rupees, you will start immediately planning how do I spend this 10,000 rupees. Correct? That's a different thing. They don't give you 10,000 rupees, they might give you 1,000 rupees once in 5 years. And then you calculate for next installment to get that 1,000 rupees again. You have to plan, stretch that 1,000 rupees across 5 years. That is also a plan. So per day, how much you are getting in paisas, you have to think about it. So this is also a planning, financial planning. In regional plan, there are multiple things which Abhijit sir has also explained and Edgar sir has also explained. Now the next question which comes is, now this is for whom? Edgar sir has touched upon a very important aspect because all this while, and most importantly we the people and activists, we say that we have been pushed away, we have been driven out and then this is not good, that is not good and Amka Naka lobby they call us, no Amka Naka group. That is what they have tagged us. They say for anything and everything we come up with a protest. Now the reason behind this protest for anything and everything is the objective part of it. If you are getting anything for us, any project or anything, what is the objective behind it? Why you are getting this thing? In regional plan in 2001, 2021, there were certain objectives. Going ahead, there will be different objectives. But here, what I would like to stress upon is, this regional plan, when we are talking about, for whom? The question is, who would be the beneficiary of it? Looking at 2021, and more particularly now see, this is a regional plan of a typical Kamulli village in Bardesh Taluka, North Goa. They show those roads. And roads are by and large has suddenly become very, very important after the sumoto writ petitions High Court order, PIL 3 of 2024. Now what has happened because of that is, in regional plan, someone thought that they should be showing the existing road as 10 meters, 25 meters. They must have thought it considering something for that, that is the plan is for next 10 years, and next 10 years, the road, the amount of people and the amount of movement would be that much that existing 6 meters roads might not suffice the need. So they said that yes, bigger roads are required. But here what happened is, consequently, they opened up the area on the other side of the village also. That is also correctly done. No doubt, because village is going to get expanded. Now this is a typical example so that we can understand how the plan is prepared, and without adequate provisions, policies, or what you say, the checks and balances, how these plans are actually being used against us only. Who should be the primary benefactors of these plans? When the roads were marked in the regional plan, there were existing houses which can be seen there. High Court order is talking about two things as far as roads are concerned. The structures which are there in the road widening area and the structures which are there adjacent to the roads. So that is going into road setback areas. Now what happens to all that population who are staying there, who will be getting affected? Now government is talking about structures which are there in the road widening area. And what they are referring to? They are referring to the proposed roads which are shown in the regional plan. So what do we do of these people? This question is coming now. When should this question have been coming? The people who are preparing the plan, they should have been thinking about this, that these people will get eventually displaced. So how do we keep a protection mechanism for them? Now in absence of that, these people are into panic now. And when these roads have been shown into, now see this here. These structures are existing structures which are legal. They were much prior to the even survey of which happened in 1968-67. So it's quite possible that it must be prior to 1961. So the development plan, the regional plan, which we are looking for futuristic plan, the futuristic plan, are actually ending up displacing our own people. So how do we justify this? So what could be the counter for this? The counter is basically, see, we don't deny that there are very good experts, subject matter experts on planning. Going ahead also, we are having very high hopes because we are having people like Tahir and all, who are actually not just into technical but also looking from a social perspective. But these are the damages, and going ahead, how do we counter it? So when we are talking about next regional plans, I feel, yes, regional plan 2031, 2041, whatever you have to term it. But by and large, I feel it has to be a troubleshooting plan. The damages which the existing plan has done, those things has to be rectified first. Instead of rectifying, what we are getting right now is a spot zoning, case-to-case basis. And we know who are the actual beneficiaries now, who have been getting advantage out of this case-to-case basis. Even now when we are talking about for whom, The question is, who actually is preparing this plan? Sir had to resign from the regional plan task force. Correct, no sir? Because there were too many interferences in the technical aspect, and the people who were interfering were not technical. So what was their objective into this planning process? It is as simple as that. Whenever I tell these people, see, common people like us, the plan is basically for us. We have to be very, very sure about this. When a regional plan is being prepared, we should be the final beneficiary, ultimate beneficiary and basic beneficiary. We should be the people who are right now staying in the state of Goa. Agree? We have to agree on that first. So we should be the beneficiary out of all this planning, what is happening in the state, correct? Instead, what is happening? We are ending up getting displaced, we are ending up getting killed because of tourism. So what is the protection mechanism for the people who are right now staying in Goa? Even if we consider today is the day that from today onwards we are planning for next regional plan, or we are planning something for the state of Goa. So the first and foremost what you should be planning, what should be considered is the people who are right now into the state of Goa. But instead what is happening? They are planning for the people who are sitting in Delhi, Haryana, NCR and all, even in South India like Reddys and all. We know which are these case studies I am talking about. They are ending up being the actual beneficiaries of all those decisions which have been made in the state of Goa as far as planning goes. So, when we say plan for whom, the immediate question comes is who is in charge of preparing that plan. If he is a good guy, he will plan for all of us. If he is the current lord, then they will be planning for the people who will be eventually benefited by purchasing the land. They will be given a red carpet to an extent that even if it is a paddy field, you will get a zone change to not just to settlement, you will get a commercial zone. That is how planning is happening, and that is the very reason we are going into wrong direction as far as planning is concerned. And the fundamental reason, the basic reason why we are facing this crisis situation right now is because we don't understand what is our responsibility at the first place. Like how Abhijit sir said, Bhatkarachi Zameen Bhatkaran weekly, Ami kide kartare. But Bhatkarachi Zameen is not in the air, no. It will affect all of us if something detrimental comes there. If you are having a locality and a central plot is there, right in center of your locality, you are not the owner, but someone thinks of putting a garbage plant there. You will be affected? Correct, no? But you will wait till someone come and put a garbage plant there? That is what you call as troubleshooting. Correct, no? Because there was no planning at the first place. Going ahead, we the people, and the first line, the first people, the first category of people I would say, is the people who are getting displaced because of these plans. How do you take care of them? The other areas in this particular village, more particularly on the hill and all, plateau, those were opened up for settlement. What was required that first and foremost, the first category who are impacted, who are affected because of this plan, the protection should have been given to them. They should have been safely removed from there and rehabilitated in that same village, but at a different location. There is no such policy. Then what do we do about these people then? Should we tell them to go away now, out of state, or you go and construct in your fields? That is how illegalities are happening in the state right now. State is not taking care of their people. You look at tourism, we have been told that our population is about 15 lakhs, about 18 lakhs, whatever figure you take, below 20 lakhs. But the figures of tourism, what we get is running into crores of people coming up and down of Goa. So we are talking any moment of time, we are having 25 lakhs of people in the state of Goa. The basic necessity, roti, kapda, makan, in English if you put it, the first and foremost what we require is water security, food security, shelter for our people and then for tourists. So these are the basic ingredients based on which plan should be prepared. Regional plan no doubt was a better plan as compared to 2001. But there were some discrepancies in that which is not troubleshooted. There are no procedural checks. In engineering sometimes we say there should be a plan which is design value, it's fail-safe plan. Nothing can go wrong. And if something can go wrong, then you need to have a procedural check to control that. Like a vehicle. Best example what I can give is of vehicle, a semi-automatic or an automatic vehicle. However safe you drive, but if you are not in control of your vehicle, eventually it is going to crash, you will get into an accident, correct? So what is required? They will give you a manual. This is your gear, this is your steering. They will train you how to drive a vehicle because that is not inbuilt into that vehicle design. Some procedural control is additionally required so that entire exercise or entire purpose of that vehicle is executed in the safest manner. So plan, there were some lacunas in the plan which was required to be contained or curtailed through a procedural check which is not there in the place right now. The plan is consequently damaging our own people, harming our own people, and there is no checks and balance for protecting our own people. So what do we do from here on then? We put in some additional control measures, troubleshoot this plan first, and then name it as RP 2031 or 41, whatever you want to say. Add some more ingredients. Now, if best example I can take and carrying capacity when we are talking about. Carrying capacity is a very deceptive term, I would say. Without adequate definition of who will be the end beneficiary of it. We are demanding everyone across the state that we want carrying capacity in the state of Goa. Let's take a case study of this very hall, this very situation. Is it clear? What is the capacity of this hall?
140.
140. Supposedly 50 more people come here. We can still accommodate ourselves and still attend this program, correct? There might be slide here and there, uncomfortable inconveniences, but still all the people with 50 more people, for 140 plus 50, 60 will take 200 people with slight inconveniences, we can sit over here. What happens if 200 more people comes in? Then we will say, no, we want carrying capacity. But considering the people and our nature of people, they don't like to get into frequent fighting mode or resistance mode. And if those people who comes in this hall are more aggressive than you, then you will end up outside of the hall. They will occupy it and they will start demanding the carrying capacity to drive you out. So when we are demanding for carrying capacity without adequate checks and balances, even that exercise will actually turn against us only. We have to be very, very thorough with whatever thing which this government will come up in the name of the land planning. When we are talking about water security, they don't know how Abhijit sir says. I still remember his words, he has told me this 5 years back. We are not a glacier state, that means ice will melt and we'll get water. Our waters are in our hills, our plateaus. That is our water tanks. And what the planning is doing, we are destroying those very water tanks of ours. Everywhere you go, you are puncturing our water tanks, you are cutting our hills. They say tree canopy density is not 40%, the area is not 5 hectares, so it is not qualifying as private forest. Once it is not qualifying as private forest, you don't get a ready-made license to go and fell all the trees, no. But what government is doing, they are projecting as if there is no adequate checks and balances, wherein there are. Enforcement is a problem at the first stage. Once you start enforcing certain things, then you will identify the gaps, and then you can bridge in those gaps with new regulations. But here, there is no intent of the government to identify what are the gaps, because for that you have to enforce the laws, no? What as a public, general public, we have to do right now is, we have to first understand our biggest asset as a state is our land. And whenever we are giving any license to any legislator, politician, MLA, minister, we are trading off our basic, the most valuable asset, that is our land. And they have been playing left, right and center against on our assets. Instead of we earning on it, they are trading it off. Current TCP minister, right now there are at least 4 ministries who are dealing with land issues, who are having exclusive rights on deciding what is to be done on a particular parcel of land. The first department is the TCP department. As far as planning, regional plan, ODPs, they will decide what is to be done on a particular parcel of land. Prerequisite or the basis on which this plan is to be prepared is largely what is the population side, how much tourism you are expected, what is the revenue you are targeting from by allowing or leasing of your land, selling of your lands. All these criteria has to be considered. As I said, welfare of the people who are currently in the state, revenue models, everything will come and will be connected to our most important asset, that is the land. Secondly, there is something known as now IPB, Investment Promotional Board. This has become a replacement for TCP. Wherever in regional plan, if you see it is not a settlement, you can't do anything there, then you have to move a file through Investment Promotional Board. You should be having your land. Even it can be a paddy field, they will give you a permission to construct there, provided you should be getting any commercial construction there. Not even commercial project. You just get an educational institution, private one. Our government schools are getting shut down, and these people, including our politicians who have been operating aided school on this type of land, they are the benefactors. They are the beneficiaries. Even tourism has started deciding on the lands which are supposed to be the common lands. What are common lands? Which belongs to all of us. But now what tourism says, no, this land belongs to tourism. That means tourists will have the first right over that land. And if you want to enjoy this land, then you also take a ticket to go to this land. And most important areas which they are targeting, especially tourism, is beachfronts. Coastal areas. Beachfronts areas wherein there are no survey numbers, the tourism department says this is our land, and tourism means they will look for that land from a perspective of tourists. There is no advantage or benefits or nothing that sort for the current people who are staying in the state. Even if you want to enjoy that facility, you pay and you go. Best example is Pato. Pato was supposed to be a reclaimed land for the benefit of the people of the state. You take your vehicle and go there, immediately that yellow t-shirt guy will come asking for a parking fee. If these facilities were supposed to be for the common people, the local people, then why are we paying for it? And the fourth important department is IDC. IDC has been giving out industrial areas which has been acquired for industrial purposes to all these industrialists and never going and looking back whether those are sick industries operating, any benefit have been given to the locals or not. There are no policies at the first place. We have been, for these industrial states, we have been giving our water, most important resource, water, in, I would say, in crores of liters on a single day. When the industrial state, they have been drawing our groundwater for so many years, in running into crores of liters each day. And what is the benefit? Our locals are not even 50% working in that industrial area. So when the plan was prepared by IDC, by State of Goa, there should have been some procedural control. Whoever is coming to you asking for a land to put up in industry, you put a condition there to them, no? Now if Pramod Sawant is leasing out his bungalow to a tourist or to someone else on a rent, won't he put a condition saying that you have to move after 1 month, huh? He will say, you rav re tu, kai na, amche samaj. He will do that because it is his property, no? And right now Goa has become everyone's property. The worst thing is everyone in this state has to think that this is my property. That is where the change will come. It is now what is happening is we think that someone else will do our job. And the worst feeling is, the worst thought is, our elected representatives are going to do our job. To start off with, I'll go to panchayat level, that is the basic level. Even though now government is saying they don't have any rights. But still I'll go, those are also our elected representatives. In a ward, we are having about 350, 500, up to 1,000 votes in a ward, in some villages, varying proportions. These 1,000 people think a particular person is a good person. That person is not even SSC passed. If you are operating a shop, you will not, if you are operating a hotel, you will not even keep him as a waiter. But you are electing him to run your village, to govern your village. Because we don't have time. And once he is elected, you are not even going to follow up with him. You are not even going to question him that which decision you took in your last fortnightly meeting. It is like once he has been elected, he is on his own for 5 years. A labor, that if you are getting a labor, paying him 800 rupees per day, this hour, you will be sitting on his head to see that he does that work of 800 and more, so that you are paying 800 rupees to him. But we somehow are convinced that the punch member who is getting 4,000 rupees a month is working for the village. And we don't have any need to question him or ask him anything. We will be only waking up when in our locality a garbage plant will come in right at the center of the village. It has not come suddenly, it has been planned. That planning was in a process. Someone put the proposal there. The proposal got approved. It got administratively approved. It got financially approved. People funded, government funded it. And at the final stage, when the garbage starts coming and dumping there, we wake up. We first and foremost has to be the part of the planning. And when we are talking about being part of the planning, if government is not volunteering the information to you, you have to fight for that information, which we are not willing to do. That is what is more affecting us. How much more time I have? Government of Goa, every now and then, in most of their programs, they come and say, we are Swaympurna Goa. Swaympurna Goa. Swaympurna Goa means what, do you know?
Self-sufficient.
Self-sufficient. In what way? In what way we are self-sufficient? In cities, we don't even have our own water. There was a time, almost 15-20 years back, each ward used to have a common well. Most of the village used to have their own dedicated well, and it was not, the water was not used only for gardening, they used to drink that water. What government did as a plan, they said, this water might not be good for you, we will provide you with the piped water. because there were projects coming up in the locality which consequently would have contaminated your well. That was part of the plan. It was never accidental. See, there are many subject matter experts in the government who applies their mind. The only problem is they are not courageous enough to fight for the findings. They will say, I have submitted my finding, now it is to the minister who doesn't even know ABC of the technicality part of it. People like, who is that pair name MLA? Praveen Arlekar. You know his qualification, no? But Penne people think he is the most intelligent guy in the entire constituency. We'll leave it at that. So, about water. Government thought our domestic potable water wells are not good for us, good for our health. They thought we will give you chlorinated water and filtered water. Anytime if you have time, go to the drinking water plants, water treatment plants. You will get dead animals coming to the reservoirs. They are putting something known as alum. Alum is what? Flocculating agent. All your suspended particles in the water will come together. Being heavier, it will settle down. It will be passed through a multi-grade sun filter. Different sizes of stones would be there in a column. It will be passed through that. And then chlorine will be put into that. Chlorine, by the way, is a non-carcinogenic agent. But somehow government convinced us that our drinking water well was bad for our health. And we agreed. We got convinced with that. Then they have been feeding this water to you through either MS or GI galvanized iron pipelines. You at your own home, if you are using GI pipeline, sometimes you open and see what is inside there. It's all rust. And chlorine is a chemical which will accelerate rusting. But in spite of that, we feel safe because government is providing us the water. And whenever we open the tap, and that is 10 years back, we used to get the water. Now we are not getting anything, only early in the morning if you open the tap, we get the water. And that too for half an hour or 1 hour. And if you have slept for some longer time, no water. But we are convinced that government is doing good for us. Only availability, now it has come to such a stage that our demand, forget about quality part of it. We are demanding, give us water. Whatever type of water you want to give us, but give. At least 1 hour a day. To that level our demand has come to now. What we were deserving as the locals, when this regional plan was getting planning, was on the planning table, what was required? The 15 lakh population, how we will ensure that they get 24 hours of drinking water supply. Forget 24 hours, 8 hours we are sleeping, no? 16 hours. Forget even 16 hours, 12 hours. At least that should have been thought. Nevertheless, there are certain other Indian standard guidelines which say that per person, that is per head, this much amount liters of water is been decided. It's there in the specification, IS specification. At least provide that much. No, but then we don't know how much is required by us. Government knows and they are deciding good for us. That is what the basic presumption is, that is what is harming us. So when we are talking about Swampurna Goa, first and foremost, it sounds good. He is talking about Swampurna Goa. The immediate next question should be, what are the parameters based on which you are talking about being a Swampurna Goa? Your entire state is being run based on the money which is coming from the center. Most of our cities have been operated based on the tanker water supply. So how in the world are we talking about Swampurna Goa? Forget food security, we are not growing anything. To an extent, government lawyer who is there to defend the interests of the state stands in the court and says that paddy field was not cultivated for past 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. So it is no more in use, we can construct buildings there. And the other lawyers, the PR lawyers, our lawyers, they fight for it. But people, even sometimes judges, they get convinced with this. So what is the next stage? To cultivate on the terrace of the building.
Green building.
What? Forestries. To an extent, I have seen environmental clearances granted saying that they will do plantation on the terrace of the building. And our subject matter experts are recommending this. And subject matter experts are approving this.
Get points for it also.
Negative footprints and all those stuff. Very good hi-fi language they use, terminologies, you will not even understand. That is where they are trying to drive us out from the discussion. Stick to the basics. Ask them how this is going to solve this particular problem. There is something known as impact assessment. You have to assess the impact. Do some risk assessment. If this is done, what could be the negative impact of this? Right now, we all have to, first and foremost, these people who are sitting in this crowd are at that level. But this number of people is not enough. Understanding things at the basic level is the first stage. Now look at the crowd. This is not even 0.1% of this constituency, I would say. Forget about Goa. 0.1% might not be able to get us that result which we are demanding for. I think 0.1% is also an exaggerated figure. We have to be talking to people, convincing them. Our responsibilities we are doing, we are continuously putting awareness videos for people to get aware. But then you have to be asking them, and it is no more about limiting to only their houses or their surroundings. It has to be looked upon in a very holistic manner, going ahead. I feel, personal thought, Regional Plan 2021, whatever lacunas were there, whatever problematic situations were there, unanswered questions, problems created, troubleshoot those, name that plan as Regional Plan 31 or 41, focus on how the welfare will be for the people who are right now in the state. First, see, we are going with a double engine speed in a direction which we all know where this vehicle is going to land us. So what the most logical thing is to be done right now is apply brakes, slow it down. Then we can think of taking a reverse gear and going back. No. When you are going in full speed, you cannot be putting a reverse gear. What will happen? Everything will be chaotic. Most logical thing, apply brakes, slow it down, let's stop it, analyze it. What we say in technical terms is reconcile, let's reconcile. This was the plan, this was the objective of that particular parameter, where we are standing right now, how much scope we got, whether we can really go in this direction or not, troubleshoot these aspects, answer the unanswered questions, and then if necessary, take a reverse gear or put the first gear and go on. That is what is required. This is my personal opinion. Think about it. Vichar kara. Devar.
We all need to keep in mind when we are revising, as Edgar sir said very clearly, we're not going for a new regional plan. If we need to do stuff, we are updating and revising the regional plan. And if we're updating and revising the regional plan, something has to be front and center. Like Swapnesh said so well, it's super important to look at what the aims and objectives of the plans are. Let me briefly, before I start, just because he put this idea in, let me tell you what the aims and objectives of the past regional plans were. The first regional plan, prepared for between 1981 to 1986, it was finalized. It was in force from 86 till 2005. We call that the regional plan 2001. Its aim and objective was to promote coastal tourism in Goa. As a result, there was heavy settlement zones allocated in the coastal talukas of Goa. Following that, there was RP 2011. I don't remember what the aims and objectives were, but it's probably looped Goa. But push that aside, that plan was luckily scrapped with retrospective effect. RP 2021 had three objectives. Objective number one, to safeguard the eco-sensitive zones of Goa. Objective number 2, to slow down the coastal tourism and shift development into the hinterlands of Goa. Objective number 3, to prevent the brain drain of young talented Goans leaving the state. According to me, these are brilliant objectives. However, as Abhijit sir very clearly illustrated, the end plan may not have met those 3 brilliant objectives. There is planning, like a very fundamental part of planning theory is that a plan has to be internally consistent. Even in India, we have the Urban and Regional Development Frameworks, which is an advisory issued by the Ministry of Housing, which says this exact wording. The objectives of a plan and the regulatory angle, the powers that the plan does, which is, like Solano says, the land use, they all need to flow to one another. This disconnect cannot happen. And so, my proposal to you all today is that we stick with objective 1 when we are revising this regional plan to safeguard the eco-sensitive zones of Goa. And according to me, I titled my presentation Non-Negotiable. Next. Yeah, so I'm going to briefly talk to you all what are the 7 broad eco-sensitive zones that are currently protected under the Town Planning Act, how they affect you, and what efforts are already underway outside of the State Town Planning Department to at least get some of this planning done. Next. What is a plan? You have to consider, I pulled this out from the Royal Institute of Town Planners in the UK. They define a plan as something that considers the big picture for the entire community and it looks forward. It's such a simple, and like how Swapnesh said, that means everything's a plan. How you invest your money is a plan. How you plan for your family in the future. I'm going to have 3 kids. That's also a plan. But broadly, the plan sets goals and objectives, gathers data, analyzes that data, makes a plan, and then implements and monitors it. Today in Goa, when we look at the regional plan, we only look at those maps. We are only looking at number 5, the implementation and monitoring of the plan. The regulations that were enforced to ensure that we reach the objectives and goals, which are number 1. And it's so important that when this revision to the regional plan is coming, we ensure that the objectives and goals of the plan first, before everything else, become objectives and goals that we want. Next. Most of our speakers spoke about bottom-up planning, that you get these ideas from the community and you bring it up. But that's what we see also happening always is top-down planning. Next. Oh, go back one second. Yeah. I'm saying to some degree maybe also we have to think about both. And that's why maybe a conference like this is good, where people who have certain thoughts about eco-sensitive regions, about development, about infrastructure, can also think about how we influence the top-down as much as we influence the bottom-up. Right now, the Regional Plan 2021, especially by this notification, defines 2 types of eco-zones. Eco-1, which is called highly eco-sensitive, and Eco-1 zones are government forests, as we call them, protected forests, wildlife sanctuary, national parks, protected under the Forest Conservation Act. Then there's the T.N. Godavarman decision of the Supreme Court of India, which said that if you have forest land on private properties, that becomes a protected forest as well. We call that private forest. The regional plan for Goa protects mangrove forests. Those are not protected under any other act unless they are mangroves in the coastal zone. But mangrove forests that are outside CRZ are also protected only by the regional plan for Goa. The section 17A of the Goa Town and Country Planning Act protects any slope, like Solano said, steeper than 10%, meaning over 10 meters of run, you climb even 1 meter, that is a protected slope. However, the state has interpreted that to mean only slopes higher than 25%, and they've marked them. One thing that they did in Regional Plan 2021 is they marked the no development slopes. All slopes steeper than 25% mapped and marked. That was not there in the 2001 plan. Water bodies are protected. All water bodies are not protected under any other act. Only wetlands are protected under the wetland notification. But the regional plan for Goa marks water bodies and calls them Eco 1, highly eco-sensitive. Paddy fields, any agricultural zone whose revenue records, meaning since the 1970s time, was used for rice cultivation, is a highly eco-sensitive paddy field. Khazans. Khazans are protected under regional plan. Khazans are not protected under any other act. Sand dunes and other CRZ 1A elements are only protected now after the CRZ notification 2011. But they were protected under regional plan. Mudflats same. Then the regional plan also defines, in the same gazette, the government defines something called Eco 2, which they are trying to discern, like if Eco 1 is incredibly eco-sensitive, slight change to it will affect a large number of people. Eco 2 are also very eco-sensitive because they fit the long-term environmental goal for the state. Over here they're talking about command areas. Command areas are important. Why? Like Abhijit and Swapnesh said, Goa is dependent on dams for water for agriculture. What does that mean? Most important in the north, especially Bardes, Perne, Bisholi, get their water from the Tilari Dam. The Tilari irrigation project is a joint state agreement between Maharashtra and Goa, and that water is given to Goa from a river in Maharashtra with certain conditions. That water only be used for irrigation and drinking water of the resident population. So the irrigation areas, and this was all decided that there's a memorandum of understanding between the two states, that this percentage is for irrigation, this percentage is for drinking water. Any change to this could lead to the agreement between Goa and Maharashtra being void. Natural covers. Natural covers were locations that had dense tree canopies as per the satellite imagery looked at when they were doing Regional Plan 2021. They said these areas need to be surveyed, and if they are private forests, they go up to Eco 1, otherwise they stay as an orchard. Heritage landscapes, heritage sites, all of our heritage sites are also ecologically sensitive because our environment is our built and natural environment. Salt pans, which form an important part of Goa's traditional livelihood and economy, and all other CRZ areas besides super eco-sensitive CRZ ones. That leaves us with what we call the settlement areas today, our general settlement, some commercial and institutional settlement, some industry, and then what Edgar was talking about, the railway lines and all, which are called the operational areas. Two zones and two very common land uses I have missed out over here, because the exact positioning of these two is not clearly defined. What does an orchard zone and what does an agriculture zone mean in Goa? If it's not a command area, as per the Gazette notification, it's not officially designated yet as an eco-sensitive zone. According to me, both of these need to be added to a set of eco-sensitive zones. Now, I just put this plan of Uska up because I feel it has every one of those zones that I just described to you in it. You'll see natural cover, you'll see no development slope, private forest, reserve forest, wildlife sanctuary, water body, industry. And if you look at these regional plans, you'll realize that there's quite a lot that's marked, but there can still be more. So now I'm going to briefly talk about what are the risks of not safeguarding the ecological zones. This is yesterday's news. Vipta was spotted in Perne, right next to houses. 1 month ago in Kanpur, picked up a dog. If you're an animal lover, do you want this to happen? Both poor leopard, poor dog. So if we start to eat into our natural cover areas, which are also homes for these wildlife, they're causing conflict with wildlife and humans. Khazans and paddy fields. Giris, Khazan lands is the best example of this. They were filled by a current MLA who is not from Giri, elected from a different constituency, who has very stellar educational qualifications, that's all I'll say. He filled up those lands for a project of his. And as a result, it caused damage to almost 2 lakh square meters of cultivated fields, where Giri farmers were growing vegetables and Giri farmers were growing paddy. Because his one field blocked the flow of water and that went into everyone else's fields. This is the risk. The water came and flooded their panchayat. And then the High Court ordered that his encroachment be cleared within 3 months. It's still not cleared. This is 4 months ago. So the enforcement is lacking, but there's also the risk, right? One bad actor, one change to an eco-sensitive zone spreads. It affects others who are doing their day-to-day life. The other farmers in Giri did not work cultivating their low-lying land. One bad actor ruins everything by compromising an eco-sensitive zone. This is the risk I'm trying to show you. CRZ and postal. This is a scary video to watch. Oh, not really, but it just shows Agonda and how. Allow?
Damage done by Cyclone Taute in Agonda.
You build in the CRZ, this happens. And unfortunately, most of the shacks in Agonda, again, locals. These are Goans, individual shack owners, put their lives investments into this, but gone. Absolutely destroyed in one natural disaster. Now, end of the day, you still feel bad, right? Because we want to protect our own people's livelihoods. But this is what the natural disasters can do. And this is why we have CRZ regulations saying we step back from the sea. Because the sea will take back and it causes loss to economy, loss to humans, loss to businesses. It's leading to terrible fragmentation. This is the Mochi Plateau. This is what it was in 2019. But because we're not considering, for example, an orchard as an eco-sensitive area, people are fragmenting the land and building farmhouses on the orchard land. This one parcel has been parceled out into almost 130 collectively different orchard parcels. On each one a farmhouse is coming. And then they're going to put a tall gate around the whole thing. Now, isn't that a big project? But every project is being submitted as an individual house in an individual orchard parcel. So we have to see the bigger picture also. We have to increase eco-sensitive protections, at least as far as some of our lesser eco-sensitive zones like orchards extend to. So what to do? I'm pulling from our Atmanirbhar Bharat, the government of India's policy. It says that the national government of India should make India a world leader in global geospatial space, develop a coherent natural framework in the country and leverage it to move to a digital economy, enable easy availability of geospatial data, and to have a thriving geospatial industry in the country. What a few of us have come together, Solano is also involved in this project, Mal and a few others. There's a nice collective of people who are interested in maps and geographies and planning and work. And we've come together to develop an online resource that we think fits within this idea of a Swayambhurna Goa Atmanirbhar Bharat, which we are calling Amche, because it is ours. We are talking about locally available and locally relevant maps and data for the improved planning and management of our state of Goa. And let me show you some case studies of what's been done in the regional plan and how we can augment this. Let's look. This is Salvador the Mund, this is Shorao. All of these are marked as Khazan. This little strip of paddy fields is not marked as Khazan, it's just marked as agriculture. Okay, next. filed an RTI, got the list from the WRB of all the cousins, mapped them in light green. That's also a cousin. What happened is that like Abhijit showed in his slides, half information was given at the time of the regional plan, which was recorded in the regional plan report. Now, if the government is not getting the full information, we know the information is there. Few of us have started to pull that information out and actually get the work done for them. We are showing all the, because cousin are protected. You've missed a small patch of cousin, here it is. You or your other department has that data. Next. Take a look at this. These two parcels are Salvador the Moon. Okay? Currently marked as orchard. There was a survey done by V.T. Thomas where they visited some of these natural cover and orchard zones and said they have very dense tree covering. They produced a list of forests. In fact, this lighter one was done by Karapurkar, which was finalized before the finalization of the regional plan, however not shown in the regional plan. So, we've shown it. Because it's the job of the planner to take all of these things and put them on a map one time. All of these things can easily be remedied. All of this data is with every department. We have been diligently filing RTIs and we have this data. It's just the prerogative of the state to put it in. I'll show you one more. Go next. Also, very much eco-sensitive zones, those who are heritage site, like Abhijit showed, the Bom Jesu Basilica and all the land around it is shown as settlement. For what joy? Go next. It's an area protected under Central Act. This information was given to them by Edgar Rebeiro in 2009, however it didn't show up in the final plan. So we've done it. I'll show you one more thing. Malini will talk about wards, Edgar also will talk about how each of us, Swapnesh mentioned, how each of us elect the punch member to our wards. How many of you all know the wards of your village? Glenn and I went to Old Goa with every punch member. We mapped the wards. It can all be done. It can easily be done. People just have to be ready to take planning into their own hands. We are there to provide technical support. But this is the model and what I'm trying to get across. I think that's it. Right? Yeah. Next. This is what I'm trying to get across. Don't want to take too much of your time, but you have to think about our eco-sensitive zones, and as citizens, we have to start collecting this information and start improving the plans from now on out. Otherwise, when the revision to a regional plan comes, we will not be prepared.
It's a special pleasure to come back to go and actually hear about the regional plan. So of course I realized that I had thought, and I was telling many people here that I always thought that the RP 2021, I've been talking about it, saying that it's amazing what it achieved. And today I realized that I know so little about the actual RP 21 that went out and how it's been molded, because I was working with the task force at that time and putting the report together, and so it was quite a surprise. I mean, I knew that things were not great, but I was surprised that it had happened, right after the RP, when the task force prepared it. It was very, very clear to us, and I remember the discussions at that we wanted to keep the settlement zone just a little more than what was there, and to see what I saw today in the earlier presentations was quite disturbing. Anyways, I'm hopeful, seeing all the energy in this room, that something can actually positive can come by the time you have the next regional plan. So today, what I'm going to I think it's interesting for me to talk about the Kerala experiment today because it is very relevant, I think. There were many reactions to many of the conversations I heard today. One which was, which I felt, there's a lot of hope that the common people have on planning. And I think that planning is that one platform that can deliver, that it has the scope to bring all the different sectors together. It really has that potential. But the reality is, and I've been now involved in planning for the last couple of decades, that my experience, both in Mumbai and the Mumbai regional plan and other projects, I've actually found it very, very disheartening and limiting in the actual practice. And what you see, if you go all over, go around India, I can't see cities where planning has delivered. And so the reality, and that led me to do a thesis on what's wrong and why is it that our planning is not working. And so I have looked at the institutional structure, I've looked at the knowledge, the underlying knowledge that goes into planning. And what you see here, and this attempt over the last, it was in 2021, just around, with the end of COVID, is to find an alternative way to plan. So it's a response to the typical planning that we see all around us, which has a lot of blindnesses, which has a lot of gaps. And so this project, it didn't, I'll tell you more about it as we go along, but essentially it was a project that somebody just somebody known to me gave my reference to someone in Kerala. I don't know these people. I had not visited this place before they reached out to me. And it is a completely voluntary exercise. We did not get paid at all. There was a small grant from the Kerala Institute of Local Administration to support 1.5 planners. So that has happened. 1 person part-time is what I mean. And we got some philanthropic, some of the locals gave some money for one workshop, 3-day workshop. So what you see here is there was one other planner who was involved, Jairaj Sundareshan from London School of Economics, who's from this town, and it was the two of us. So before I jump in, it's also important, I think, to situate Kerala, because and I think it's important for the work that you're thinking. And of course, Edgar had already told me about this column experiment. So there's an integrated, so Kerala, we all know it's like Goa, it tops all those human development lists. And right after the 74th Constitutional Amendment Act, Kerala was one of the first states to go out and devolve 40% of plan funds to the local bodies. So that is exceptional, and it set into motion what they call People's Planning Campaign. There's a Malayalam term for it, Janaki Asutarnam. So people got into the habit of deciding how to spend those funds. So there is a culture of participation in your everyday decisions. There's a lot of writing, like 2.5 decades. It has remained mostly, local bodies don't have the capacity to decide, they don't have that capacity, they don't know what to do with that money. So they don't actually have the capacity often to put out those tenders, get those projects, run after them, execute them. None of that is there. They just know we want X, Y, Z. So there are a lot of gaps. There is writing on that, but that's a separate issue. Spatial planning was never devolved, right? But there was this. There were two interesting experiments which are useful in the Goa context. So the Kollam Integrated District Development Plan in 2009 came up with an interesting structure of how to integrate district level planning to local level. And there is an institutional structure, and that would be useful, and I can send it to you later. The papers will talk about that. The process, the participative process is a little better than the usual. But that institutional structure is very important to integrate plan funds, scheme funds, national, anything that comes into a local body can get integrated into a spatial plan. So it's a lovely structure that is useful to look at. And the same person, it was just one champion, one assistant chief planner who did both the IDDP as well as the created a new Town Planning Act, which is the only act in India that takes the 73rd, 74th on board, only Town Planning Act. So, very useful. But when in 2021, when the recent, ever since I think 2016, they had this wonderful act, and quite soon after, within 4 years, in 2020, I think, or 2021, they actually had an amendment which reversed all the gains. So today, Kerala does not have a town planning department. In the name of a participatory process, it's subsumed under the local self-government ministry department, and so it does not become a technical arm to government directly. There's nobody looking at the state as a whole. And Kerala, I think Goa is lucky that you have a spatial plan for the whole state. That's a very big plus. So anyway, to quickly go through this, basically, when we have town planning departments making plans for cities in Kerala, and they just come to you and say, please pass this. They come to the municipality. The difference in Kerala is municipalities are powerful. So, and they usually feel that plans are not important, so they just let the plan lie. So the plan is not passed. So that has been a thing in Kerala that, there are many plans prepared by town planning which doesn't come into force because the municipality doesn't pass it. And recently there was a court ruling which said, please pass these plans within 6 months. So now there's a big rush to get plans passed. Anyway, but they have also been very proactive. Very recently there have been climate risk resilience guidelines, like you have to prepare plans taking climate change into account and so on. So now we come to this story of this little village, this little town in, it's Chittoor Tatamangalam, quite a mouthful. I just say CTM. And you can see the settings. It's very idyllic, very rural. It's in central Kerala, in Palakkad, there's a gap in the Western Ghats, the pass, and it's a town which lies on the historic trade route. Population very tiny, 32,000 people, 14 square kilometers, a very old municipality because during British times it was strategically located, so it came in. And it just continues to be, it's hardly even a town, I would say. 32,000 people, 8,000 households. And there are twin settlements, Chittoor and Tatamangalam, on either side of the river, Shokanashini. 40% of the area is still under agriculture. And 4 languages, all southern languages are spoken here because it used to be on an old route. This is the kind of golden paddy landscape. This block, Chittoor, is the rice paddy bowl in Palakkad. You can see the trees, really majestic kind of spaces. And it has a very old water harvesting system that comes from Tamil Nadu. It has the same dry climate of Tamil Nadu, which comes through the Palakkad Pass. You can see settlements around water bodies. So that's the context. Why did I get involved? What was the story here? So town planning basically prepared a plan. They took 10 years to actually pass it. They started in 2012. It was finally passed in 2021. When so for 70 years, this town had the Congress government every time it elected. 2020 was the first time that the LDF came into power, the left. And it was a young, enthusiastic bunch. Someone came up to them from town planning and said, there's this plan which is sitting here, please pass it. And they thought, we'll get some funds. So they passed it. And then, did not know what they were passing. What's in the plan, nobody had explained to them. Somebody told them it's all good, like we've done some project, it's taken 10 years. The previous council has already approved it, it's gone to government, it's come back, you just have to pass it. So they passed it, and then I got a call saying, how should we respond? This is the town's first master plan, the first time they have a plan. And I just said, this person was on the committee, he's a marine engineer, doesn't know anything, he's technically sound, so they've put him on the committee and he wanted to know. He's one of 2 technical experts, the other members are all, they're just municipal councillors. So anyway, he said, can you just look? I said, you have to read the document, look at the plan report, and then respond and say what's good, what's not good, etc. And also, if the 60-day period of suggestions, objections comes in, and people have to respond. You have to look at that and then, send a report to government. That's your role. At which point he said, look, I'm really not sure, can you just take a look at this plan? 500-page report for this tiny little 14 square kilometer town. And every road in that town was proposed to be widened. 6 to 9 meters was a typical road width. It was all being widened to 12 or 20 to 21. So you can imagine the impact. We heard about that. And if you've been to Kerala, roads are where all the development is. There are no breaks. So it was widespread impact if the plan would come through. And the Kerala amendment, the act had been amended, so the moment the plan came into force, it became law. There's no 60-day waiting period. So this plan came into force in October when they published it. And at that point when we looked at it, and I was horrified because when I read the description, it says it's a very culturally rich place, and I'll show you the fabric. And I looked at all of this, and it said it has 10 large water bodies that need to be conserved. It has this wonderful heritage, built heritage and all of that, but then the plan proposals didn't show anything. So the usual process, we talked about it, survey, analysis and proposals. So at this point, Jairaj gets drafted in because he's from this town, and so the council decided that we need some experts to help. And we looked at this to help them, so the two of us were drafted on as the expert committee members, 2-member committee, and we said, okay, we'll help you. So we started, it was all online, it was COVID. So we got together, we spoke to the councillors first, and we decided that though I just knew Jairaj, we hadn't ever worked together, and we didn't know what we thought about planning, but it was very interesting how much we thought along similar lines. So we immediately said, I think first thing is we have to get people to know what this plan is. So the first phase was getting people, telling people what it was. Sorry, I'm just going to give you, this is what the typical plan. You look at it, you can't really tell what's happening. They had some 7 zones, the usual, there are basically 2 settlements, just a cluster. This is Tatamangalam and Chittoor. And what they did was they zoned all of the major roads. These are state highways going right through the town. And so they made all of them wide. You'll see there are transport roads. But it was nothing very special in terms of what they were proposing. It was just, they had just identified these different uses and zoned them. And there were 4 bypass roads within this city, and they also did this strange thing of having 2 lorry terminals. I had never seen any lorries in that town all the time I went there. And they also had a terminal market. So they had a lot of high kind of impact proposals. So anyway, so we just felt this is like a big pro-growth kind of plan, which didn't make any sense. If you went there, it was this quiet little town that people were just happy to, that people were telling us it hasn't changed in 70 years, it's this very quiet town. And minor sort of growth along the major road. So anyway, we did this 3-stage process. The first was just telling people about the plan, and by which time we got them to create a website or a Facebook page, because we realized that people were on Facebook in Kerala. They also have ward level WhatsApp groups. So things started going out. A little video the chairperson put out explaining that there's this plan and we want you to attend these ward meetings. So first we did these ward clusters, 9 cluster meetings of the different wards. 29 wards were divided into 9, and then we told them what the plan was. Second was data collection, and the third was synthesizing into proposals, and I'll show you what we did differently. So here is all of us choosing a local school or some public space. We had people come in and we were explaining it all in Malayalam. Everything was in local language. And then comes the second stage. So this happened, we got about 1,100 odd, 1,200 households or people or associations, sometimes farmers association, the shopkeepers, writing in, opposing the plan. So that happened, that objective of saying that this doesn't work for us, that many people responded and hearings were held, the public hearings. So that process happened. But meanwhile, what we decided, we said that because of COVID, that process itself took some time. But in between, what we started is we did two things. We quickly realized that if we had to counter the plan, we felt that the best way to kind of oppose it is to do a counter. Come up with our own proposals and give it to them and use the committee to kind of validate that and say, these proposals don't work, the road proposals have to all go, but we need other proposals. So Jairaj and I started this process of how do we prepare a plan, and typically it would be just go and survey, find the land use, and then that becomes the basis. We said that's not the way you should do a plan. And so this is where the process itself changes. We held a number of focus group discussions, and starting with children. So there's a whole range of, there were 32 different topics. So both age-wise and subject-wise, we kind of found what was valid for this town. Like you will find one of the topics is festivals. So we found that there are 11 big festivals in this town, and there are processions. So we said this is an important topic because hundreds of people come, like 1 lakh for one of them, which is the only war enactment festival in Kerala. So it has many specific things. So we did these focus group discussions, and we had this wonderful designer on board. Everyone worked free because they believed in the project. So they put out these, for each of the FGDs, you have these things going out. I have to say, so someone asked me, did you do this by yourself? We reached out to a lot of experts known to us and 15 or more resource people. We had these 2 planners that I was telling you worked on the plan on the ground. So this was a big team that actually in the 3rd phase, when we had to synthesize all the suggestions from the public, they came for the 3-day workshop. So you can see that we held this first day where we took the experts around. Then on the 2nd day, the experts sat with, from the FGDs, which we knew sectorally who are the locals who know that topic really well. So we got them to sit along with the experts and come up with ideas and strategies and proposals. And on the 3rd day, very, very interesting, we had somebody from the Center for Environment and Education, Pune, who led this. He didn't have the language, but they have done this kind of process for many people across, for many things, especially in Pune. So we had Avinash Madale actually moderate this 3rd day, where we invited a representative, what they call a mini public. So you have people, anybody from a Kudumbashri worker to a municipal engineer would sit around a table, divided all these into some 5 big themes, and then they debated, and what the experts presented the strategies to them, and then they modified it. So the final strategies that are included in the plan comes from this process and what these people decided. So in that sense, it is truly like an attempt to have this whole process. Now, this is the process that we had, right? But alongside today, we heard a lot about data. So the other part is now we are trying to put in something into a master plan, which the town planning has done, right? Town planning has prepared a plan, the draft plan, and we are trying to change the proposals in that. We also found that the report had data from 2012, so it's already dated, so we had to do a lot of data updation. Like the land use activities were completely different. So we did all of this through the 2 people that we had who would do all the mapping like what Tahir showed us. But along with that, what we did was we got the local geography department to get on board. And anyway, these are a lot of what all we did. The sectorial physical, here you see the geography students coming in and helping us with the existing land use mapping. They created these wonderful patterns. Now here, one thing which we did differently, and I think it made a big difference, is that we did not give them the categories. We told them to go and map things in their own language. We asked them to record what they saw in local terms. Very, very useful. So usually you will find these categories, these 7 categories were there in the old one. Here we, like for instance, agriculture was just dry and wet. But we found that we could capture the story of transformation through local terms. So there's padam, which is paddy fields, then the field goes and becomes paddy with coconut, then it becomes coconut, or it becomes left fallow. And there are terms in the local language for this. So when we captured it, we got some very interesting maps which show the story of transformation. And we also recorded which are the older types, what are the types of plantations. We got really rich data. And I'll just run you, so you can see the difference between the standard master plan ELU and what we captured in terms of the darker shades are where the land was transforming. So this was kind of the final activities map. What are the other things we mapped? So we mapped urban commons, we heard that today. So we said what are the social spaces. So that was very important. Like we got a lot of very, very interesting things. We then made it into our proposals. And again, same thing with residential. Actually there was a whole set of traditional settlement clusters. They didn't find any mention in the plan. The response also had to be different because the typology is different. And so they were all by communities, and then there were newer fabrics. So we, just to give you a sense, and I'll go through this fast. You can see how rich, and their older houses are all breaking up, and they're large households which are going to ruin. Row houses, weavers. We have these kinds of maps. So elaborate kind of mapping exercises were done. And we had an old commercial heritage precinct, kind of a stretch. And then we had these wonderful commons. So public spaces, cultural spaces, commons. And then there were, again, like I said, because it's a local term, you get to see, we found that religious spaces, many of these things were left over. Even burial grounds were left unmarked in the master plan. So there are markets, there are weekly markets, and then they had this interesting term called ground, which was a big thing. And this was this Chittoor has produced a lot of athletes, national level, swimmers, national level, and they don't have sufficient recreation grounds, but the school grounds were being used for training. Festivals, lots of them, we mapped the routes and the commons. And what was interesting is there was a yarn being stretched, and you would just see these two sticks, and if you didn't know what was happening in that community, you would just think it's an open field, which is what the planners did. They marked this for a park, but it's actually a stretching ground for the weavers. So we captured all of this and marked all of that. So we did a lot of understanding of what is happening here. We went and got the revenue records. So typically, I think we heard that planning has to be broad brush, and so typically we don't go and look at whose land is. Planners are trained to not look at land ownership. What you're seeing in Goa is a subversion of that. You're going and targeted, you're helping people based on ownership, right? So here, so what we had found, so typically planning says you don't look at data at all. You just, you don't look at land ownership data. You just plan and put in land uses and reservations based on best use, best location, right, for a public amenity. So, but here what we decided is that we do not want acquisition if we can avoid it. We found that there were a lot of government assets. So we wanted to, there's something called Puramboka, which is commons, but is publicly held. So we decided to target and find public lands. So we created a register of that. And then we put all our amenities on public lands, wherever we could. So, so that's that. And then the other part, we heard a lot about water. And this has this, like I said, it has something which goes back to the Sangam era, a very old tradition of how to manage that landscape and how to facilitate irrigation. And very interesting, in the early period just after independence, we actually saw the irrigation systems being planned for this place, intelligently using the traditional systems. So we mapped all of that. And we had somebody from NIT Calicut helping us with the digital elevation maps. And very interesting, we found that what is built up exactly like the intelligence of how to locate the traditional settlements coincides perfectly with what we discovered in terms of terrain. The lowest parts are where the fields are, so this part was absolutely not affected despite being right on the banks of the river in the 2019 floods. So we mapped all of this, but what was interesting is a DEM is a DEM. It's an elevation, it's a digital elevation model. So on ground, the actual waterways are all different, and we were again fortunate with the IIT Bombay team sent one of our collaborators, Professor Kalbar, sent his two students, and they went and mapped. They checked all the drainage flows, mapped all of that, and we got this with 1 meter contours. We actually plotted all of that, found which parts were getting polluted. So we did all of this to understand where is the water getting retained, what parts of the paddy areas are absolutely critical as a resilience infrastructure that we want to protect, and we put that under an eco protection zone. So flood mapping that we got from other studies that were done, right? So so we did, try to gather as much. So typically you don't look at health data for planning. We collected that data, mapped it word-wise, found out who's more prone to what kinds of diseases. This place also, because agriculture is 40%, people land is still on agriculture, we also found a very high incidence of cancer thanks to pesticides. So, plotted street vendor data. So that's just to give you the broad brush of what all we did before we came to the proposals. And the proposals themselves, like I said, it's not restricted. The plan was not restricted to land use. So what you said, Tahir, which is what is your vision, what is your objectives, comes from what people told us. The vision was to develop CTM focusing on livability. They all said we don't want this peace and calm to go away. That was their number one priority. To retain its peaceful ambience, enabling the place, as an enabling place for all people to lead healthy and fulfilling lives. So anyway, we came up with, vision, goals, objectives, of course. But in addition to the typical DP framework of how to regulate growth, etc., we brought in strategies and policies that then the municipality will use in its other, out programs. It sort of use that to create, let's say, we found there was a dearth of public place. There was a dearth of places where people could walk. There were no pavements, and there were a lot of older people. So, like the way the road proposals were done, we said right through the city, there should be a footpath network, at least on one side, where it was very narrow. We made sure that there was no road widening at all. We'll manage traffic. So there were many such things that we put in. And these were the 8 goals. To make the town climate resilient was number 1, because they were facing increasing heat and water stress, because it's in the dry, hot belt of Kerala. So management of fresh water, wastewater, and the geography of water flows to enhance and protect natural and cultural resources within the community. The agriculture, it was really struggling, and there are these agricultural cooperatives who said, there are very simple things that we want. So it became, the plan making became a sounding board to actually understand what the town needs. Like it's beyond the plan, and it feeds back to what the councillors can do with their funds, etc. So and access to livelihoods and economy of the town. So there were lots of other, through these FGDs we found resource people who could help them with their other activities. And so it's gone, so big shift from the zoning looks the same because we were using the language that the town planners wanted. The zones were the same, but the plan was different. Like what we zoned as residential and what we zoned as mixed use, most of the stuff was mixed use. We added 3 zoning overlays: the flood and riverine buffer, the ecological protection zone, and the local assets of value. That's the plan. We can't tell much from that. The transport proposals, we had junction improvements and a lot of, like I think 27 types of road widths and sections. Anyway, so that's just all the specifics. The amenities were also things which were not there in the plan earlier, like an old bridge which was there becomes a women's room. Things that came from the community, and an agricultural shed. They just wanted some place where they could dry the rice. There were many things that you wouldn't find in a typical plan. And last slide, just reflections. I would say that collective action. The fact that people came together, everybody at an individual level contributed in particular ways and extended their networks. So it was interesting, like somebody when we're talking and I know X who can help with this, and so it became a network. Of course, there was a core team of about 5 of us, but there was this larger network that we felt we could talk about and come together. So I think also, when I think back, I mean, we were very successful. After 9 months, we were able to actually draw up an outline plan. Then the committee accepted it and told us to go ahead and prepare a full plan. So we replaced the 500-page report with the town planning never expected. They thought we would just stop with objections. But basically we submitted a full report and then they were shocked, and then they had to, in Kerala the one good thing is the municipality, if it accepts something, the town planning has no power, it has to listen. So then that got sent up. And then of course 2 years had gone by, we had to negotiate. The minister was with us, so we were lucky. He comes from the same district, the local local self-government department. So anyway, we were lucky, and then finally the plan was published last year. So it replaced the old plan. And yeah, so I would just say, I mean, if I was trying to put together some thoughts here, I feel that voluntary action and what all of you are doing, I think there's a lot that can happen, but I think it can happen at village level. It can also happen sectorally, and mapping is the first kind of great thing that one can do. Local knowledges, I think you have to start there, because I think our planning practice, our engineering practices are not teaching what we have. It's not, we don't even ever look at our own ways of doing things. So I think learning from Goa, the kazan and the specific kinds of rice that is grown here, and so many salt-resistant varieties. It's just so much that we can just start from here and then build the plan, I think. And yeah, so that's what I have to share. Yeah, just some images. Thank you.
So, for our last 30 minutes of the program, we're going to do a quick question-answer session. I'm sure there are a lot of questions, but I'm hoping that over the lunch, over the chais, we had time to discuss with the people. Our presentations went a little longer than usual. So, the floor is open for questions. Maybe to just kick it off, I was thinking of one question that I would like all the panelists, if we can pass the mic around over here. My question is now, currently, we are only talking about the plan as the land use component, whereas I think all of us in some form or the other have said that plan needs to also have certain policies in place that will defend the interests of those who are currently residing here. I would like it if everyone in the panel could think of, if they can think of one policy or one specific thing that they think should, on priority, also be introduced along with a revised land use of the plan when the regional plan goes for revision.
Repeat your question.
So, I'm thinking that beyond fixing some irregularities in the land use, including the marking of eco-sensitive zones, arbitrary increases of settlement zones to benefit few powerful people, I think all of us sitting on the dais today agree that the plan should have more than just the land use component. It should have some policies and some systems in place to prevent additional harms on the people of Goa. My question to everyone here is if they can think of like one that they would push for on priority that could safeguard the people who are currently residing here?
In this direction, I would like to give example of existing two laws. Both are beneficiary legislation, what we see, that is Tenancy Act and Munkari Act. These are by and large beneficiary legislation, that is, you are giving a benefit to a person who is not rightfully the owner of that land. So these are beneficiary legislation. Right now, government is trying to bring in laws similar to this type of things. For example, like Alvara land. Alvara land, they are saying that class 2, it will remain as agricultural land. But class 1, when you convert that Alvara land to class 1, the buyer can sell it off. Alvara land doesn't belong to that buyer first and foremost. So it falls into the category of beneficiary legislation. If you are at all giving it to third person, ensure that for whatever purpose you are giving it to him, it remains for that purpose, and if he is willing to give it to some third person, you have to reclaim that land back. We are sooner than later, by virtue of this High Court order, and even the assembly session, government will try to bring in some bills which will be going into the domain of beneficiary legislation without adequate checks and balances. If benefit it for an individual landowner, individual residential premises, someone has constructed a house on some property that doesn't belong to him. Government is proposing to get a legislation saying that we are regularizing the houses on Communidad land. That is what they are trying. Even though Communidad are opposing to it, fairly correctly they are doing it. But if at all this legislation becomes a reality, then what are the checks and balances? Because in many of the Communidad land, tenanted agricultural land, people have constructed and let out the residential premises. And they are actually operating it as a commercial premises by letting it out and earning on monthly basis of rent, through rents. So this is actually going beyond what is actually required by that individual. If it is limited to his individual dwelling, then yes, protection has to be inserted, and that is what is required, or otherwise you will start getting commercialization of this beneficiary legislation. In Munkari Act, you cannot sell off that land, that house of yours. It will remain within your family. That is what the protection should talk about. Even in agricultural tenancy, if you was or now a tenant of a land, you cannot change the land use of that land. That is what the law says. So this type of protection is what is required when you are going ahead with the beneficiary legislation related to land. This is what my opinion is.
It's a difficult one, just one policy. Yes, I think what you put up first, the eco-sensitive areas should not be touched at all. Has to be supplemented, and what by definition of eco-sensitive land, not just eco but also socially sensitive lands. Lands that are sensitive for sustainable economies, traditional economies. And I would think that that should include all the plateaus 100%, all the rivers, all our commons, river runs, whatever, and all the wooded areas, irrespective of whether they are declared forests or not. If, like you rightly said, I think that's a policy, but an alternate one would be, policy that all policies will be decided by the people. I think that would also do.
With the spoken word and the written word compromised in India, I think the mapped word is still available, so we should not lose hope. And my suggestion is any plan is better than no plan at all. That's the first thing. At the level of panchayats, several of us attend the meetings, which maybe once a month, whatever. What happens there, they discuss, they fight, and they go away. I personally think if there's a small change, if you have the panchayat level plan with you, what you call the ward level plan, there will be a sea change in the discussions. I'm speaking from experience because we tried it out in Delhi, we tried it out in Calcutta. If it happens in these two places, it can happen anywhere else, and certainly in Goa. The discussions will get more meaningful. Well, that's the main thing I have to say. Second thing is, keep things simple. The plan should be simple. First, when we have these 3 levels of plan, what is important? You have a correct map at the right scale. Don't put anything superfluous for the planners, etc. For example, once when I was doing a plan in my student days, by underlining the heading, it looked good. And the teacher asked me, why have you underlined? Because that on a statutory plan, underlining means for something. You see, so better be careful. Every line, everything means something. So one thing is, have your plan, have simplified development, control, regulations, and what are the uses allowed and disallowed. These are the only 3 things which you have to tell the people, in the sense, you do all the studies, get all the experts you want, but ultimately end up with this very clearly. As a result of all that, this is what we want discussed. It is a simplification process. And I say this because simplification of development control regulations, are separate from bylaws, has been tried out internationally. And I myself had to do this through the UN in Jamaica, and it worked very well. That simplification, the powers that be said, this is exactly what we want. Don't complicate it. The Delhi Master Plan in its development control had 5-6 pages. We simplified it. And the Secretary of the Department said, this is what I want here. Simplify it, keep it very clear, and I can adopt it elsewhere. The whole thing is, how do you curtail corruption? The argument is you can't finish off corruption, but you can reduce it. And I think these are the things which I would like to share with this forum. And I think it will be useful if all of you all go back and try and see how these plans could be enforced. There are efforts being made to see the plans are not brought in place. I can tell you that. Yeah, the plans are available. When I went to my panchayat first time, he showed me a plan. I said, this is the plan which we prepared during our draft regional plan. I didn't want to see it, I want to see the other. He didn't have it. And then, so the best thing is to get that enforced. Yeah. And one way of doing it, I think Elsa, who's sitting here, has tried it. She got her students, you asked them a question, which village do you come from? Okay, next time you try and get your geographical area of your plan, get that plan, and then try and see if we can force it. And I think these are very good things to try. Thank you.
Hello. So I want to I have something like exactly what Abhijit was was saying, which is that I think we need to, plants typically do not have environment as a starting point, and they don't have water as a starting point. So if these are not your basis, the basis is how do you increase developable lands, or can we mark more lands for development? So I think planning inherently is looking at when it's mapping land uses, it's trying to open up lands for development. That's kind of inherent to that plan making activity. And so its starting point is not how do we, not from a point of how kind of an environmental perspective itself is absent. I think that it is not the starting point ever. And so given that, I would say that in today's context, with climate change upon us, if we can make disaster risk resilience or climate resilience as central, all of this will get folded into that. And water and environment, go hand in hand. It could even be water as the core. Securing water will mean securing everything.
Thank you. First of all, it's good to come last after the likes of MS Dhoni and the greats. So pressure is not. But I can't agree more with what Malini is saying, and this is not by great insight. I happen to be engaged in a project on the Madai, which has culminated. But one thing that struck me as a person obsessed with looking at land use is that already even in India, there's been a shift to recognize that the smallest unit of planning is the micro watershed. It is, and what this means is, it's the natural way over centuries, over millennia, water and nature has evolved to develop its own style, has developed, it's a kind of learning that has happened over time naturally. Water flows in its own logic, has its own way. Nature has an intelligence of its own. So the thinking now has emerged, and India is a signatory to this. That's why we were supposed to have integrated watershed management plans, where the smallest unit of all plans should be that watershed that nature itself has developed. And we should scale up from there. So that should be the smallest unit. So I completely mirror what she's saying. So imagine if we could, so my proposal is, could we imagine a new way, a new starting point that looks at these ecological units as the building blocks from which we go up, The other plan is a more social plan, is to imagine if it is possible for us to create a pool of housing. We have, as was already mentioned, we are the second home capital of India. It's an ironic situation where we have massive unoccupied housing stock. At the same time, housing is unaffordable for ordinary people. So could we think of a pool where it's not ownership, it's rental perhaps? Or in a similar way, could we imagine agriculture having a kind of a lease ownership, so that these livelihood and a home over your head is a guarantee, at least for the smallest denominator in the population?
Anybody's thought of any questions? You can put up your hand.
I had a question for Dr. Malini. I love the way that you created the plan for CTM, and given the context of it being a small town as you defined it, I was just wondering if you've seen any challenges in scaling that model to, say, a larger geographic area, perhaps within like a state of Goa.
So I've been asked this scalability question, and I think, so the way I look at it, I think what that plan tells you is that what needs to be taken on board, and it kind of synthesizes things that I have felt planning does not take on board. So planning does not start with water, planning doesn't recognize urban commons and all of that. Planning does not reach out to people to start with, like it starts with land use, So I think that, to me, I felt like Chittoor is half a ward of Mumbai. It's not impossible to have these conversations at that local level. It's possible, but we've not ever thought of having those conversations. And usually in large cities, people are so disconnected anyway. They're so powerless, they feel that they can't have those conversations. So for me, I felt that Chittoor tells me that this is possible if planners start thinking that you have to engage with people, and that the knowledge is that the expert is only a facilitator. It's a new hat that we have to learn to put on, to recognize that we don't understand the local, that our entire the knowledge that, our entire training is to think that we know, but in reality we know so little. That I think if we are able to say we only know this process, that this technical representation, like we have ways of knowing how to create that larger plan, but if we find a way to tap into that local knowledge and bring it into the plan. So I think, to me, I was very heartened that we could do this, and to me it feels that you can scale up. It starts with awards, start with anything that you have control over. And that's why I also felt the way money flows in India, it's through projects. So even if you have a really good project that you can get everybody on board and you all want a good walkable street or a good something, you can mobilize and make that happen. It feels like it's possible to do this.
Good evening to the panelists. My question is simple. I have derived the concept from coastal management, not in India, the integrated coastal management in Europe. And what I have noticed in today's session is that fragmentation is a major problem. As it was also said that there are 4 ministries dealing with land issues. So is there a need for integrated planning, so TCP? So in coastal zone, what happens is you have your Goa Coastal Zone Management, you have your TCP, you have your panchayats and municipalities all deciding on same concepts, which similar thing is happening in the planning, as I can see. So my question to the panelist is, do we require or can we advocate for an integrated planning or integrated management? Side note, I also see that fragmentation is a benefit because, as Dr. Malini said, again my perception, they were able to develop the towns, the town only because it was fragmented because Kerala does not have a uniform planning system. That is why they could work on, that's my understanding, on that area. So now I'm conflicted. Is integrated better or fragmented better?
Try to answer this with something that Edgar told me around 10 years ago when I was interested in getting into planning. Edgar said, what planners have lost along the way is that you are the one who's responsible to put everything in one place. And when I worked as a planner in America, that is what I was doing. A proposal would come, I would direct it. It always came to planning. We would pass the file to everybody who had some stake or some concern, be it a different department, be it a group of citizens, send someone to knock on doors and tell them that this proposal to revise the plan is going to affect these things in your neighborhood. Ask the water resources department, ask the forest department, but everything would go through the planning department because the plan, and Malini can vouch for this as well. One thing I feel you learn in planning school is how you don't learn a lot of technical skills besides mapping, but you learn how to facilitate things, how to move things. And so I am, like Vaibhav said, I'm an advocate of, it's not exactly integrating in the form of centralizing, but it's giving the planner and the planning department the responsibility for ensuring that every possible compliance is done. Because the buck has to stop at someone. And according to me, the only department that is trained to understand the limits of it, trained to be a generalist, as my Professor Scott Campbell says, planning is the last great generalist profession. And I think the only profession where someone is trained to be a generalist is planning. Because you're a master of nothing. And so that planner should be given the responsibility to ensure that all the masters in all the other departments, be it community, be it indigenous people, be it experts of geology, be it university experts, everybody's points are agglomerated and then finally put to the public. This is how I see it. But I don't know if the Kerala example is very different.
Yeah, so just to clarify, I was not saying that in Kerala they don't have a unified state level anything, meaning they don't have a department anymore of town planning, and it's subsumed within. But at the city level or at the settlement level, there is a single plan that is being produced. So anyway, that's a separate thing. We are not talking about a statewide plans only exist in Goa. Okay, you are an exception, and Maharashtra is the other state which has now 36 district level plans, regional plans. It has covered the entire state. So there is no other state in the country which has a regional plan. So I think that is planning's intent is to provide a comprehensive plan. The idea of the spatial plan is to bring all the sectors onto its spatial platform. So when we start a planning exercise, we write to everybody and tell them, give us your data. That they don't send in time often happens. But usually that is one of the things that the regional plan or any city plan is trying to do, and the planning department is trying to do, is get all the data on board. So it does try to integrate, at least that, right? Yeah.
I have a response to that question. It's going to be provocative and it's meant for the activist in all of us. I'm going to ask the question slightly differently. Let's ask the question. If you've heard pretty much everyone, there are grounds, there are good scientific managerial grounds to have some integration, correct? You cannot have one person doing something in another department doing the exact opposite, and this is being chopped up. Let's ask the question differently. Why does Goa, its bureaucracy, its government, why have they chopped out the powers of zoning to different ministries? Let's ask that question. What is the logic? It looks like madness to a good student of management, but what is the logic in this madness? And there is a logic. And that logic, according to something that Tahir and I are working on, and I think you all may all agree, if you look closely, anyone who has the power of zoning today is someone who can make lucrative, that person is a very important, that person's, if you offer this ministry to that person will never leave your government. So this is a ministry, this chopping up the powers of zoning across a number of ministries, be they ODPs, the TCP ministership. I'll just ask this question. There is a characteristic of all our TCP ministers. They're all defectors. Let's be frank about it. They're all defectors. Look at ODPs. Defectors have been rewarded with what? ODP ministry. Then they can do a paint job as they please. We should ask this question. So this land that is called Matrubhumi, and lots of things are said, and people are ready to put a dagger into their hearts, but they have chopped it all up and offered it to the worst people, to the worst of conditions have been given these ministries, and those will never leave you as long as they have that ministry. This is a question that we should ask, and we should expose this. As a society, we should expose this, that what you have done is you have taken our land and the powers to rezone it, to destroy our forests and to paint what is green into red, you have chopped up with your cronies, man. You have chopped up by using it as a carrot to dangle a defector and then give him this, and that defector will not leave you as long as he has that. When the ministry, ask yourself this question, when the TCP ministry was removed from one minister, what happened to a government? Answer this question for ourselves and we'll see. An entire government collapses.
How environment impact assessment can help us to get effective regional plan, and how effectively is environment impact assessment notification 2006 is implemented in Goa. So we have this environment impact assessment process where we need to do screening, scoping, public consultation. So is it really done or is it just in paper?
Right. First of all, the EIA notification under the Environment Protection Act is specifically limited to the schedule to the notification, which lists the activities which require an environment impact assessment to be done statutorily. It's a statutory requirement. But that is limited only to those activities. But I understand your query is, I think, very central, that the environmental impact of a proposal to demarcate land for certain users, I think is very essential, and it is not really done by our present planning processes, but it's absolutely needed. And I think there is, and maybe Edgar or Malini can throw more light, but I understand that a part of planning, before you commence planning, there would be a need to study the earlier planning that was done and what was the impact of that planning. And I think that is crucial. What was the impact of RP 2001? What was the impact of the gazetted changes? What was the impact of 2021? All of this would need to be studied, environmental and I think social impacts, and I think that would make our jobs easier.
I'm sorry, I cannot answer this question directly, but important thing is accountability. Who is accountable for these processes which are known? According to me, it is not the Town and Country Planning Board as such. It is the member secretary of the board and not to the board. This is clearly laid down. Who is the member secretary of the board is accountable. That means the views of that member secretary have to be expressed. The board can overrule, but the views have to be on paper. What has happened in Goa, they have converted that post into member secretary column to the board. So that means they've reduced it to a planning person. This, I think, is very important, which will take care of all, because in that interim period, what is to be done, what are the parameters of the previous plan, and how does it come into the thing. I think that can be seen by the committee. But according to me, if there is a department of Town and Country Planning, as it is built into the Act, the entire responsibility and accountability has to be them by to prepare this plan. The only change which I think is very important, the use of land is the major thing which has all been discussed and how serious that is. I think the term sustainability has to be brought in. Sustainability is missing. And I think the issue of sustainability has to be built into the Act, into the preamble of all the acts. And I think this is happening in many states. It's not yet happening in Goa. I think this is that's all that I can say.
One more question before we close.
I just wanted to add to this question about environment impact assessment. My experience. Abhijit gave an example of some of the land, the forest land in Azosin and all this area which is Kadamba Hills. And one of the biggest land parcel over there, more than 3.5 lakh, which was having a private forest earlier. Now it is no more, I think. So there a mega housing project came, for which there was a SEIA, the State Environment Impact Assessment permission was taken somewhere in 2021. Recently, occupancy certificates were given for half of that project. So I went through the SEIA conditions, essential conditions which were put, and based on my observation, they have not followed any of those things. So I filed a RTI. Till now I have not got answer, but what I heard from the sources in SEIA is now they are trying to frame up some replies because they have not done any monitoring. Although it is said that they have every 6 months a report has to be sent by the project promoter. No reports have been sent. None of these conditions have been And in fact, some days back I had gone there on the ground, we have seen many of these conditions are violated. Part 2 is going on and no monitoring is being done. TCP just takes that report from SAIA, adds it to its technical clearance, Panchayat clears it, and there is no monitoring later on. In fact, that is how most of these hills are now getting destroyed.
Good evening, everybody, especially the panelists and the speakers today. You have given us a very illuminating yet horrific background of what's happening in our beautiful golden Goa. I'm Colonel Manjeet. I came to this land in 1962. My father was the commander of that air base that you see. I did my graduation from Goa. I joined the army, served for 25 years, and then 15 years in the corporate before I came back here. I was the director of Aldia de Goa, and I resigned because of the reasons that were highlighted today. With that as a background, my little request to everybody is, we have 60 cantonments, thousands of acres of land, which we inherited, the army, from the British. Till today, not 1 acre has been sold. People like Sharad Pawar, I will leave out names, they all tried their best, but we haven't let a single acre go. Now that's not my credit, it's to people who were there. My request to this august audience, panelists, all of us here, is why can't we have some act where no spot zoning, nothing can be changed without a 3 or 4 step process. Stakeholders, panchayats, wards, and then an act of legislation. I forgot to mention, any change of land in a cantonment needs an act of parliament. We need something of that level here. Nobody can come in here, and I told you I was director Aldia, so I've dealt with TCP. I've dealt with everybody. It's a fervent plea. I also blame myself because if we want this land to remain with us in the manner that it is, we need to be vigilant. The price of your thing is vigilance. I can see a board coming up in Talegaon Fields. I live in Miramar. I haven't been able to do anything. I've told 10 friends. But let us say in this audience, you are 25 who control this Goa's nature, Goa's future. You connect us on to another 25. I'll take on 25 from Miramar. I find somebody is doing something there. I bring it to your notice. You have the legal people. You want me to come with 25 people so that we come and, all demonstrate peacefully. We are not going against the laws of this land. I'm an army officer. I wouldn't do anything like that. We need 3-4 steps wherein we get this, and then people get to know that if we are going to be stopped here, we're going to be stopped here, we're going to be stopped here. Well, then there's got to be a proper process to come into place, and a lot of this may just stop.
So as we move forward and come to a thinking point that we are able to stop this, reconcile, and whether we can come in the reverse, and whether we can also run some serial through social media or maybe through the print media, exposing these ex-MLAs, how they converted these large parcels of land which are natural cover. Whether that can be done, because we have an honorable MLA on board as a panelist, and there were 2 known activists as the panelists. And I'm waiting for the reply, but then huge appreciations to Honorable MLA Cruz for this initiative of the day. And huge respect to Sir Edgar for your contribution to the state of Goa and other panelists. Ma'am, for you too.
I think we are already doing that, isn't it?
We are doing it, but can we add more numbers to that?
Yeah.
Or can we have some algorithm running through it?
You are most welcome, sir.
I like it now, but then, as we had expressed the presence in the hall, and how much we can activate that on the ground to bring the government to its knees.
Thanks everyone. I think we've had a really interesting and one more question.
It's a very broad question, but I I was thinking that imagination also plays a role in planning. Someone mentioned speculation, and it made me think of speculative fiction. And I mean, there's so much that has come up in this conference, and there's so much to understand about the history and the context of planning so far. But I just wanted to know, even if any one of you has a radical hope for the future of planning in Goa, I would like to hear it.
Not just a hope. I think it's a certainty that, yeah, that we will do it. The people will do it. Okay? Yes, it's radical. It has to be because we are challenging an existing system. But we have it in us to do it, and I think there are enough people and experience with the people that will, help us go through this. So, yes, we have hope. Yeah.
Can I raise one issue?
Yes.
Sorry, I think an important issue for this forum to consider, which I don't think has been seriously touched upon, is what the Constitution says under Schedule 11 or 12, whatever the schedules are. It says that 18 items of work will be handled by the municipalities of India, and about 28 items will be handled by the panchayats of India. Now this is a very important clause, because the Finance Commission, which has been created, is required to, the funds have to trickle down, not stopped at the state level, to be disposed of by the director panchayats and the director municipalities in consulting the state level, but it has to trickle down to the panchayats and the municipality. In a small state like Goa, a very important issue is that most of these items of work have been handled by MLAs. So MLAs are required to hand over these functions because the finances are going right down to that level. So these use of these finances have become participatory, and that issue has not been handled. With land, second issue related to this, with land being such a crucial issue, and more so in a small state like Goa, it is, in my opinion, that the subject of land, the use of land, should be handled by the Chief Minister of the state, because he is the orchestrator. It should not be handled by any other minister. That's my view. He can give up some of his portfolios, but it's the Chief Minister who is the orchestrator. Why am I saying this? Because when we were trying to get access to information through the consultancy process for draft RPG 21, we got access to every report of every department. Now all the reports are very glossy. All the reports are done by consultants. All the reports are development based, not sustainable development based. Now, we didn't sit idle on those lines. We went through, at least I went through most of the reports, and I looked at it. Which are these issues which involve access to land? A lot of these issues were, we will do this for tourism if we get access to land. We will do this for industries if we get access to land. So I found out, if you cater to all this through the development process, very frankly, you need 6 Goas. Yeah, but you have only 1 Goa. So if you have 1 Goa, someone has to orchestrate this. Otherwise, you can't have the ministers fighting in the assembly that Goa's industry is nothing else. No, Goa's only tourism and nothing else. This is a very, very important issue. Yeah. So I think this is something to be mulled over.
if you look at the root cause or go down for this purpose, any activity or any project, what they are getting in the state of Goa right now, they are projecting it for employment creation. And employment creation is like a leaking bucket. The more number of employments they create, the more number of unemployment is generated in the state. And the other criteria or the other parameter which they assign to any of the project is revenue creation. So now state doesn't have revenue also and employment also.
For the locals.
Yeah, for the locals.
You see, things like the Industrial Promotion Board, etc. See, for that, the whole issue is, let's find land for more and more industries. But with these industrial estates, because Goa is not a case of urban versus rural. It's an urban-rural continuum.
Yes.
That has always been so. And you have got these industrialists, 14 industrialists, at the most of giving one for each of the talukas. Most of them are underutilized. So fill that up first. The thing is, you don't need more land use showing purple. You see, that is my view. Because if you do it, you will have far too much of employment in the secondary sector. And secondary sector, you need expertise from other places. I mean, it will perpetuate the thing. All these are very, very critical issues. Yeah, they have to be addressed.
Well, with that, I want to make a couple of closing comments before I hand over to Cruz for a vote of thanks. But I think that we can get out of over here is that when we go back to our Gram Sabhas, to our Panchayats, to our places, I think all of us need to also now be starting to prepare to collect information, to think about what our Panchayat wants, to talk to people who we would not normally talk to about the land related stuff. Because one thing, and why we are trying to do this also before assembly, is so that at least land gets discussed this time in the assembly. If you've seen, there is a fear amongst a lot of politicians. Even those in the ruling can ask questions, but they never ask questions about land. Even those in the ruling can make demands to different departments. Only one of them made a demand to the TCP. Everyone else just thanked the TCP minister from the ruling. So it doesn't matter if our MLAs, you can, stupid to say, talk to your MLA if your MLA is not supporting, but what they listen. And if enough people from amongst their constituency are at least talking to one another, that message goes to them. The Perne MLA spoke about land. Because the Perne zoning plan became a huge issue and everyone in Perne was talking about land. Even though they are both in the ruling, they both spoke about land. Most of the Bhardev MLAs did not speak about land, despite them being in the ruling. Tiswadi MLAs are mostly in opposition, except for Talegaon, Panjim, Santa Cruz, Old Goa. But I mean, I feel we need to start at least amongst our Gram Sabhas, amongst our Panchayats, talking and collecting information so that we can be prepared for the new regional plan. With that, I want to once again thank all our panelists for spending the full day, thank all of you for spending your full day to talk about something like planning.